Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second episode of the Could Tell Me About It podcast. I have my main man, lasagna master, ZANZARFUL, all the way from Denmark, now currently in Texas. One of my good friends, one of my WoW buddies, literally have gone through and had some great times with this man, and we're going to talk about, honestly, everything and anything. So if you have any questions whatsoever for him, or for myself, put them in the chat and we'll rock and roll. I think we're going to focus mostly on WoW, about maybe some streaming.
Yeah, other shit too.
Gold farming, all kind of good stuff. But first and foremost, Zan, how has the last year been? Obviously, you got married and you made the trip from Denmark over to the States. What's like the positives? I don't want to say negatives, but what's like the biggest changes? Like when you got here, you're like, dude, what is going on? What is going on?
The biggest changes here in America?
Yeah.
I mean, I've been over multiple times to America, but
Yeah.
like actually living here,
Yeah.
bro, the way that the roads are designed, I lose my mind daily. The way that the parking spots are designed, I lose my mind. The supermarkets, I lose my mind. It's crazy. Like, there's a lot of things. Dude, the most craziest thing that I have seen over here that I hadn't realized before, because I've been on vacation over here, there are drive-through ATMs. Like, what do you mean?
They don't have
Drive-through ATMs?
Oh, they don't have. Wait, you
Not for the public. They have it for like companies and shit.
So in Denmark, you would just walk. You had to physically
you just
walk
over.
into.
You park and you walk over to the side of the building or into the building.
Yeah, they are weird.
Like drive-through, bro. It's crazy, man. I was just like, what in?
And the craziest part too is you got to get like 4 feet away from it, but not open the door and bang anything, and then you got to reach out like Stretch Armstrong and try to get your
just park the car, walk over to it, man. It's so much easier.
No, bro, I feel that.
Especially in your fucking raised truck that burns 15 million gallons of gas immediately.
Welcome to Texas.
Come on, bro.
Welcome to Texas, baby.
Welcome to Texas, brother, where we shoot guns and have knives and drink beer.
What's like the culture like when in Texas? Because in the States, we all hear about like Texas is crazy as shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
I mean, you have 16 pocket knives. You drink a lot of something, alcohol.
Yeah.
And what else? You have to drive a big ass truck or a big car at least.
Is the weather? I mean, the weather's a little bit, I guess, different.
Bro, the weather has been bipolar, literally.
Yeah.
Like it's, you're like, okay, I'm freezing temperatures, and then the next day you have like summer weather. I need to put on a t-shirt. I'm gonna be a waterfall.
It's super bipolar. Like it's day to day, and even in Virginia
it's
too.
Wild, man. It's just like up and down and up and down and up and down, like a roller coaster.
Texas guns, beer, hot as frick or freezing cold as hell. I feel that. I feel that. We went out there for ALGS with Farhad and the whole squad, and it was like, what in the world is going on? And everything is bigger in Texas. I didn't like you hear about it, whatever, but like,
well,
we went to a diner, and I was like, bro, who's gonna eat that? Like, how in the hell are we?
Bro, the portions in America are outrageous. I can't, bro. Like, what do you mean? Like, if we go out to eat somewhere, I'm like, I want that dish, and we'll share it. Give me 2 plates.
Yeah.
Like,
what
do you mean?
What was like what was your go-to in Denmark as far as like going out and eating and like if you guys went on like a family meal or like you had a favorite spot to go to? What was it called? And like what was your order? What was your order? You have to have.
I mean, honestly, me and my family, we never go out to eat, like unless it's like really special times.
Yeah.
But nah, we never go out to eat. We like making food and eating at home more.
Yeah, it's practical. It's literally practical. You know what I'm saying?
Well, like, it's not only practical, but it's also just where I live. There's not really like super great spots to eat. Like you'd have to drive like 30 minutes or whatever. So 30-40 minutes.
So you're the old school house, like where you secluded, like the suburbs, or are you out in the middle of the sticks, or was it like
if you drove 5 minutes north, it would be out in the boonies.
Okay.
Like we'd live like 20-30 minutes away from Copenhagen, which is like the main capital city of Denmark.
Yeah.
But if you drove like 5-10 minutes further, that's the boonies.
You're in the middle
like
of the
we
woods.
were right on the outskirts. You know what I mean?
So I'm like super interested too, because like what, like from a Denmark standpoint, or like from being there and being here, like what, any big like crazy changes as far as like,
Oh yeah.
you know,
Oh, yeah.
like small things, like I just like anything, like any kind of like
sidewalks, they barely exist. Highways are everywhere.
Wait, there's no
I
sidewalks?
there's a lot of places where like think of it like this. If I want to get to like 10 minutes, 15 minutes away, I have to cross the highway, which I can't unless I'm in a car.
Yeah.
Or like I can't. And that's not a thing in Denmark. There's nowhere where you have to cross a highway. Otherwise, there's like a thing under it or over it that you can walk or bike. And I'm just like, bro,
It's probably a lot more peaceful over there too,
like you
man.
can't,
Like
you
literally.
can't, you can't really walk anywhere.
Yeah.
And like even if you wanted to walk, you're gonna be walking up and down hills, at least here, right?
Yeah.
Which is, fine, but then you have like sometimes a sidewalk, sometimes not, and people don't follow any speed
Rules?
regulations. So like, people are jumping curbs, fucking running red lights, and bro, it's crazy.
They're nuts.
It's nuts.
No, I like that. All right, we're gonna.
I'm still getting used to the whole. You can go right. Obviously, not every state, but you can go right on a
red light
if it's red.
Yeah,
Like, bro,
right
what
on
do you
red.
mean?
Right on red. Yeah, you just gotta take
Like
the chance.
how is that okay, man?
Yeah, I
like
know.
how?
I know. No, they're nuts here, bro. They're literally
Like if you want to allow people to go right on a red, make a lane for it.
Yeah, or something different, or like,
or something different where people
or
like
a little,
add-
I go left. Oh my, no, chat, relax. Oh my gosh. The biggest thing I want to ask you, not the biggest, but the start of this whole podcast is,
Yeah.
I want to know how you got into WoW, like originally, and how did you start streaming, and on top of that, like who, because I watched Tim the Tap Man and all these guys when they were small, so like that's like my influence. Like I was like, oh my god, man, like this is crazy. But like, when's the first time somebody introduced you to WoW, and then to compliment that
streaming eventually,
right? How did you get into like, yo, maybe I should stream, and I think that this might be a good idea?
Well, back when I first started playing WoW, that was back in 2007, which is back in the old days.
Vanilla.
I was 9 years old. No, that was actually TBC at that point. But I started playing because one of my friends from my school class at that time, his older brother was playing WoW, and they needed more people for their raid team.
Right.
And I was like, oh, what do you mean? This sounds amazing. I want to do this.
What was the raid at that point? Like, what was you remember with the
I never got into the raid because I was terrible at the game.
Yeah.
But I mean, I started playing at the end of 2007, so it must have been Black Temple.
Yeah.
It must have been.
Yeah.
But I mean, mostly what I did was just like play. I played random characters, leveled, and ran around, not knowing what I was doing at all. I didn't figure that out until Wrath.
I feel that, brother. Yeah.
But dude, it was crazy because that was the time where you would still go to a friend's house to play games.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I would visit his house to play WoW before I could play myself, because it was like multiple months, and then around Christmas time, my parents had gotten it for me for Christmas.
Yeah.
And then it was because I was the one that basically used the family PC, because that was back during the times of family PCs too.
Yeah. You had to share everything.
And I was the one that used it like the most, because my sisters, they played with their toys and dolls and hung out with friends and whatnot. I did that too, but when I was at home, I wanted to play.
Yeah.
Like a lot. Because I was playing Counter-Strike Source at that time too. Like
Shout out
knife
CS.
fights and RPGs CS. And what else.
Yeah.
And that was a crazy time. So my parents figured out when they gave me WoW, I wanted to play a lot. So then they were like, we can never use the family PC. So
it's mine now.
Then eventually we got another PC. But yeah. That was a crazy time.
Yeah.
And I mean, I didn't for streaming. I didn't start until 2019, which was a decade later. You know.
Yeah, you got to get your bearings right. Like, just you wanted to like
I mean,
cross the T's and dot the I's and figure out
in
what you really wanted to do and like really do it right and like hit it hard. You know what I'm saying?
in a
Like,
lot of different ways. When I started playing WoW, I started watching people do content creation on YouTube. Right back in 2010, I think.
yeah,
And back then I watched a Fiend and Swifty and Soda Poppin' and
Swifty,
eventually
man. Oh
Doc
my,
Sauce,
yeah.
and all of those people, right? Those were the ones that I started watching. Wreckful as well. I watched Wreckful a lot.
Rest in peace. Yeah.
Yeah, rest in peace. And that was during the time. That was the early days. That was when people could call in without owning your account. They could call Blizzard and say, "I want this guy's account information."
Gosh, I
Bro,
remember that. You'd be on hold for a minute and be like, "Hey," I'm like, "Hey, I don't know what happened to either my account or whatever, but could you?" And there was like a full on like they had a whole department of just like quality assurance purposes, whatever, to make sure that. Yeah, that was like the
it was
heyday.
terrible.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was like
terrible.
Yeah,
that's how I lost my first account as well, because I got hacked by Russians because I was stupid and I clicked a link. So, and then over and over and over again, because Blizzard didn't have any safety regulations. My account was messed up, and my mom was like, "I don't want to call. I don't want to call and talk to some American company over and over again. So we're gonna get you a new account." I'm like,
done.
Sure, that's fine.
So you did get a taste of vanilla, or did you go back and play after?
No. I mean, I played Nostalrius.
Yeah.
Back when they were private servers.
Yeah.
And I mean, I never really it was much the same in TBC. Honestly, there wasn't that big of a difference in terms of play styles.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the dungeons and raids were different, but a lot of the dungeons I could do anyway as I was leveling in TBC, so it wasn't that much of a big difference, honestly. They didn't change it too much until Wrath.
Did you have any kind of like doubt that you were gonna fall in love with the game that we've been playing for almost 18 years? Because like for me, it was like, oh, like you're an athlete and you play shooters and this and that, and what are you gonna go do? Like run around with dragons in an open world and do whatever? And I was like, dude, you don't understand. Like once you get your foot in the door with WoW, it was like
I never thought about it like that.
Yeah.
I played the game that I enjoyed, and if anybody said that I was stupid or weird, I was like,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I don't care.
It's sexy. Yeah, you're mad that you literally just
like, what do you mean?
Yeah,
like I'm enjoying this game.
I'm comfortable in my own skin, 100%.
Like also, it's it's one of the things that I guess I was lucky just being the person that I am. I never gave a shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a whole nother conversation, but like there was a lot of bullying going on, especially early on in school, and people were bullying me too. I didn't give a shit when people bullied me or talked shit to me. I didn't care.
Yeah.
But when it was towards other people or towards the teachers, that's when I got like really annoying.
Right.
Really annoyed.
Right, because it doesn't cost $1 to be just nice to
no,
people,
and
right?
it disrupted things, and it like that was something that WoW actually helped me a lot with in early days. There was a lot of time for, I think, like WoW, it was 10, 11, 12. Every day in school, people would disrupt. Like half of the day would be completely useless because nobody would sit still. Nobody would respect the teachers, and a lot of the boys would just annoy and piss off all the girls all the time. And I felt like I was just always the problem solver in the class.
Yeah.
And I never realized this until I was told by a teacher. And then I was like, bro, why am I coming to class if all I have to do is not learn anything?
Right, and it's stressful too because like you have a good heart, right? And you literally just want to just get through the day and get things done, but it's just
want to do my stuff.
Yeah, get in and get out. Yeah.
Bro, so that was around like 5th grade, I think. I was I told my parents that I'm not going to class. I need another school because I already know if I stay here, I'm going to start hanging out with the wrong people.
Yeah.
And I'm not I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah.
So, and it was a good choice at that point.
No,
definitely.
it's a big testament to your parents too, because they raised you the right way. You know what I mean? And it's
And they
so
also listened to me. They listened when I said that, when my mom heard that I didn't want to go to school at all because of how many problems there were, she was like, "Yep, we'll find you another one.
no questions asked.
Done.
Lickety split.
Move.
Yeah.
Next city." You
That's
know what
crazy,
I mean?
man. Yeah, and then on that topic too, I remember meeting your mom and dad at TwitchCon, and
Yeah.
they were the coolest people, bro. Like literally,
They're great.
They weren't reserved, but they were a little bit more quiet because it was a different kind of setting. But
Yeah, they don't know
tell,
people, and they're like trying to
yeah, but I could
figure
tell,
out,
I
like-
could tell how just really just down to earth, they are.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, how are they doing? Like, give me like a little update on mom and dad. What's been going on? They're
Man, it's it's kind of nuts, right? Because my mom is getting used to the fact my dad is chill. He says something a little every once in a while, but he knows that his kids are not going to be there all the time.
Right.
They're going to move out eventually. So he's been dealing with that. But my mom has finally started to realize, because both of my sisters have significant others now.
right.
So they're never home. My older sister moved out ages ago. My twin sister also barely ever home now. So she was telling me the other day that she's like, the house is so quiet. It's insane.
Yeah.
And especially when I'm not there, because I'm always loud as fuck, obviously.
Yeah. Me too.
So yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is
It
too
was-
is like they always make jokes, right? Mom and dad always make jokes. Even my parents, like Mom and Papa Skits, they're like, yeah, like when you guys leave, it's gonna be peaceful and quiet, and like we're gonna be able to do our own stuff. And then when you actually go out and you leave or you go on your own journey, they're like, oh, like
They never- they-
like
The funny thing is with my parents, they were never really like that. They never made jokes or something. Like my mom was always like, I think we should get some big property and build like 5 houses so our entire family can live there.
Yeah.
In like a little town
a
kind of thing.
little Zanzar estate.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, that's crazy, dude, because like we're nothing without, like a good support group, especially like our family and too. But I actually didn't even know that about you. So you have 2 other sisters, and older, and then you said you're
There's my twin sister and then my oldest sister. She's 2 years older than me. So we're, it's barely anything.
Are they in the States? Are they back in Denmark or?
Oh, they're in Denmark. They're in Denmark. My older sister, she, her now fiance, because he asked her that question a couple months ago now. But they've been together for how many? 7 years? 7, I think. Long time. And my twin sister, she found that's more recent. That's 5-6 months, but it's been going really well for them, so that's good.
How'd they feel about you breaking the news of you're leaving and you're coming over?
They like my sisters. They knew within a month of me talking to my now wife. They knew immediately. They knew that there was no questions asked. They knew that was just happening.
Yeah. You already
They both told me and asked when I was eventually going to go over there, and like all of this. They
knew.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was it like? Yeah, being a twin though, like the comparison of you and your sister. Like, did you guys what like
the most annoying thing was she always hated her own class. All her friends, all her long-term friends now are people that were either my friends or people from my class. But that was annoying, but I get why. It's not annoying anymore. It's not. But when I was older, I was like, why you come and take all my friends? What is this, man?
Right, literally. And did Big Sis kind of like protect you guys, or like was she?
Nah, not really. She never needed to. You know what I mean? Because in school, I never, this is something that I've thought about after, like in recent years, and also from teachers that I had during the time. They told me I was a problem solver and a pillar that made the class work. And if you want to hear that, that's a big story too.
Yeah, I want to hear it. Yeah, because that's gotta be exhausting for you too, right? You're just like literally
in fifth grade. I came to the point, which I talked about before. I came to the point where I was mentally exhausted. And I'm like, bro, all I want to do is I want to play WoW and do my school shit. Like, what do you mean? I don't want to deal with this.
Yeah.
Um, and I told my mom that I was wanting to move, and we had a conversation with my teachers, and my teachers were like, they were trying so hard to make me stay. And they also told me at the time, they were like, you are one of the like pillars of the class that makes sure that things don't go bad every day.
Yeah.
Like you hold some of these people together 100%. And I met like a year after I had moved to the other school. I met with one of my favorite teachers from that school because I walk by all the time because it's close to my parents' house.
Yeah.
And he told me that I also got that information, but he told me that the entire grade level, my class, after I had left, I also got reached out to by some of the people in my class. 7 people in my class left because I left. So they swapped to other schools. They reached their parents and themselves. They reached out to me and said one of the only reasons they even came to class was because I was there.
Zan was there. Because Zan was there to be like,
And-
hey,
and,
everybody
like,
chill
I'm not,
out.
like,
Everybody
this,
chill
this
out.
isn't me trying to like toot my own horn,
Yeah, toot it.
or as some people say, clap my own cheeks.
Clap your own cheeks right now. I'm here
But
for it.
that's what I was told by the teachers. Like a lot of the time, I was one of the only reasons that they came to class is to have fun or have me solve problems.
Yeah.
I think that's also one of the reasons why a lot of people think I'm older than I am.
Your maturity level is just
it started very early on. I don't know why, but it just
mom and dad, bro.
You know?
They literally
probably that, but
they instilled those values in you early and taught you not right from wrong, but I think like, you know, they also
let me do whatever I wanted.
And
you know what I mean?
That's very important, you know.
They were strict to some level, but never to like you can't do anything, you can't try anything, you're not allowed to do this and that. Like for example, if I wanted to, you know, go out, they'd just be like, okay, well, let us know where you're going and when you want to get home.
That's awesome, man.
That's it.
And it's huge because when you give, you know, I'm not a parent yet, but like when you give your kids kind of some creative, you know, freedom, or like, you know, tell them not to do super, you know, dumb shit. But you already know that, right? But it's like when you let them go out on their own and like figure things out for themselves, you yourself with your, you know, you got a big brain, a big heart. Like it's like one of those things where like you're going to make the decision when it like arises. Like you're going to know yes, no, maybe, you know, that kind of, you know, like you can gauge and kind of like
exactly. And my mom especially, because my dad was just like, you know, very hands off kind of thing. Like he would talk to me if I needed it, but my mom was like, this guy wants to play video games more than he wants to like do drugs. You know what I mean? So she was never scared about that.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah.
So it's just like, you know, and that's
WoW is my drug. WoW is my drug.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like literally, yeah. It's like that's crazy, dude. Yeah. Like I never knew that. That's actually really, really like.
But man, I mean, I think a lot of it also has to do. I obviously they gave me free reins, but I also think I grew up a lot of my own because I watched, like, I was, especially early on, I was very much willing to learn absolutely literally anything, multiple languages, about TV series, about different types of people. I've always been very open-minded for everything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Who were your biggest, like, not gaming wise, but like influences growing up? Like even in like Denmark, or like any like celebrities or any people that you were like, man, this is like.
I watched a lot of family vloggers and also just vloggers on YouTube. I watched CTFXC Charles Trippy. Yeah. I watched Roman Atwood as well, but that was a little later on. Jesse and Gina. Prank versus Prank or whatever they were called.
Yeah.
I watched a lot of really, really good people online. So I think I also got a lot from that.
Did the mainstream media or like any of the like American shows or movies? I mean, obviously, like did it make it over there where you guys?
Yeah,
were
but only the like super big shit.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah,
like only the super super big stuff, because especially when it came to media, that we're talking the last 5-10 years.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of stuff to this day that we never see, ever.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think that's crazy because some of the stuff that I really want to watch, I'm like, I can't.
They can't find it.
You need to pirate it or a VPN.
Right. You can
I would
find
never
it. You can
recommend
find
anyone
it.
pirate anything.
Yeah, you can find it now. No BitTorrent, chat. Relax. You can.
Yeah, LimeWire.
Oh my gosh. Frostwire, LimeWire, shout out Napster. Oh my gosh, dude. I feel old now, but oh my gosh, dude.
It's actually it's really funny because there's a lot of those things that I know about, and then people say, "But you're 24. What do you mean?"
Yeah.
I'm like, the funny thing is, I'm like right between millennials and Zoomers. I have it's like right in the middle.
I don't want to say the best of both worlds, but right in the middle is the best way. Right in the middle is the best way. Right in the middle is the best way to. Did you ever go through? I hope not. God forbid. Dial up.
Oh yeah, we had dial up until I was a teenager. Well, not until I was a teenager, but I remember it.
Yeah.
I remember our old phone.
Oh, you had
We had one of those, and then we also had the home phone, and we had one on the wall, and then my mom was like, "This is ugly. I don't want this," and then we got one on the coffee table.
Well, they're coming back now. It's like the nostalgia. Dude, they're like literally.
One of the things that I always forgot to do, and that's probably my undiagnosed ADHD. I always forgot to put the home phone back on the charger. So there was so many times that I left it there, and I just got yelled at. I was like, "How could we need the phone?"
Yeah, because it's like
they almost thought about getting a second one for a while, but then we started going away from that. So,
do you remember picking up the phone and having one of your family members on the phone with you? Like when you picked up a different phone in the house, I would always be like to go dial, and they'd be like, kind of "I'm on the phone." I'm like, "How is that even? How is that possible? How am I hearing you?" Literally,
get off the phone.
But yeah, literally.
Or it would be like, "Moi, jag på telefonen correctly." It'd be Danish, obviously. I would never,
Yeah, no. Chat wants to know too. Where, were you taught English through school?
Myself, honestly. We started having English.
Yeah.
We started having English in second. Well, I started in 4th grade because they've changed it now to be like 2nd or 1st grade. But I never I was already above the level that the school was when I started having it. Like I'd already learned by myself from movies and TV series and games that I have played.
So that's how you learned English, is from watching
and the
content.
And the time when I really started playing WoW, like in RAF, that's when Yahoo and Bing and eventually Google came out. So I was like, I don't understand this. Google. I don't understand that. Google. I don't understand this. What are people like? I was just putting 2 and 2 together.
Yeah.
Right. I'm like, that's a sword. Like I would say that's the Danish word for it. That's a svat. And then I would just reference it. Svat.
Svat.
It's dumb. There's a silent letter in there. It's SVARD.
Svat. No.
But either way.
It's like, no, literally, no, that's not right at all. Yeah. No. I need to learn Danish, dude. That'd be fun. Like, how do you say like, hey, how are you doing? Like roughly.
Hi, hvordan går det?
Okay, I need that a little bit. Hi.
Hvordan går det? Hey, how's it going?
Okay.
Hi, hvordan går det?
Okay. Yeah, that's crazy.
That's like a more formal version though, because you could say it's shorter, like slang terms kind of thing.
Yeah.
But that's like a more, you're not a child kind of thing.
Yeah, like
or you're not relaxed or talking to your friends or whatever.
Yeah.
You're talking to somebody you don't know or you haven't talked to in a while.
So you got in at BC roughly, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you've played every single expansion through.
I have never quit.
Thick and thin. You've never ever quit, no matter the quality.
In WoD, I played less than other expansions, but the only reason that was the case was because the people that I knew at that time were some of the friends that I have to this day, and we played a lot of League, Overwatch, Diablo, all these other games too. So I just didn't have very much time.
Yeah.
But I still played. I've never canceled my subscription once, and I've always played at least some every day.
Isn't that crazy to think about though? Like how long the game's been out?
I mean, my
like,
slash
literally,
play time
like,
is
oh,
disgusting.
I don't even look at it anymore. I don't even want to do slash played, and like this is like my.
No, but dude,
is it nuts?
mine is bad.
Give me like
I've
a
reached a
ballpark.
milestone.
Give me a ballpark. When's the last time you checked it? Give me a ballpark.
I checked it early 2022.
Okay.
And I reached a milestone in early 2022.
What was it roughly? You remember what it was?
4 years.
You're absolutely me, dude.
Nope.
In chat,
I am
when
not.
you do slash played, that's not like that is the consecutive hours that you're on at a time. So each hour, so if you play for 8 hours or whatever, and then another whatever, it'll count that as a full day once you reach 24 hours, right? So
obviously a lot of it is AFK too, but yeah.
Yeah, but still, that's
4 years.
Holy! Someone do the math in chat real quick. What is that?
I've been alive for 24 years, by the way. I started playing when I was 9, so I have played since how many years is that now?
30.
At the end, so that's 15 years. A little over 15 years now.
35,040 hours of World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Not saying that in a bad way because we were talking about this earlier
and it's more
too.
now.
Yeah, and I came
because
into
but the crazy thing is now too that since the end of 2019 I do it as my daily thing.
Yeah.
So now it's way more.
And I want to talk about this too because like a lot of people don't understand like, oh, get off the game. What are you doing? And I came into your stream I think 2 days ago, whatever, and you're like, what's the difference between me sitting in front of my computer enjoying a game, talking to my chat, creating content, than you going to watch True Blood for 12 hours or for you to
watch sports or whatever.
Right. And then
I
always got knocked for that too growing up because it's like, get off the computer. You're not doing it. I'm like, wouldn't you rather me be on the computer? Wouldn't you rather me be doing something I enjoy?
It's better
and love
that I sit here.
And it's safe. And it's like literally just, like a whole.
And I was socializing with people too. So I got socialization skills instead of, you know what I mean?
This is the perfect example right here.
Back to the whole English part. The only reason that my English is the way that it is today is because of WoW. I'm gonna tell you right now, if I never played WoW, it would have been some Danish English bullshit. I would have been terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible. Obviously, I do have the advantage of having an American wife and practicing my English more than Danish.
Yeah, now,
point,
but
it was still crazy years ago. Crazy.
Yo, that's actually
It's only the pronunciations that are better now. You know what I mean?
Dude, you sound
the accent.
crisp and clear, like bro. Like
that's actually a funny story. So the wife's mom is in law enforcement, and we were visiting her, and going around the city, going to some events and stuff. And her big boss came over to say what's up, and he started basically interrogating me. He was like, "Where are you from? Where'd you go to school? What do you do for work?" And he was like, "Are you sure you're not from here?"
Yeah, because you can't.
But I do have the advantage of being incredibly white, so it's yeah.
I feel that, bro. I feel that, but no,
that makes it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of jealous too because they always say if you want to learn a different language or whatever, you go to that country and you spend some time there or whatever. But how cool is it that a video game could really just kickstart the whole process of learning, whether it's English or Danish or whatever else.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. But it's obviously because of the passion that I had for the video game that I wanted to learn English more so I could understand the game better.
Right. Video games are so bad.
That question that Tammy has is great. Because that is a whole thing.
Do you think you have met an American girl? Would you have met an American girl if you did not play WoW?
I'll tell you right now.
How did you and Evelyn meet? How did you guys meet?
I'll tell you right now.
Stop smiling that. Yeah, I love that. I love that, dude. I love that.
If I had never played WoW, I would have never eventually found your stream. which means I would never have continued to do gold making, which means I would never have started streaming, which means if I never had started streaming, I would never have found the communities that I know today where she came from.
And what was the, like, how'd it go? Like, what was the,
I was just randomly streaming.
Roughly.
I was randomly streaming on a day, and I got raided by another community that I had been a part of for a long time. And she had recently joined that community and came along with that raid. And then she was just hanging out for a while, right? And I was just talking, chilling, and whatever, being myself. And then she reached out to me based on the fact that we had a similar music taste in rock music and things like that.
Yeah.
Right. And then naturally, it was just straight flirting from there. And then the rest is history.
So, chat, what he's trying to say is Uncle Skits had some influence on him.
No, but I mean, literally, you did, because I would not have started streaming if I never got to your community. Because the reason I started streaming was because of your community.
Yeah, that means
because
a lot,
it was that that back then we were talking about going to TwitchCon, right? And we were talking about affiliates and partners. And I said, you know what? Next time I come to TwitchCon, I'm gonna have an affiliate or partner badge.
Yeah, you set goals for yourself. Literally,
that's
just
what the you know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you miss anything about like the old WoW? Like now that we're playing, you know, Dragonflight, retail, whatever.
Been there, done that. You know what I mean?
There's no aspect of the old school.
I miss
WoW
things, but the reason I miss things is because they were good during that time. They wouldn't feel the same now. I already know.
It's a great answer. Yeah.
Because like that's why I haven't played TBC Classic. I haven't played Raft Classic because I know it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same PC. It's not going to be the same year. I'm not going to be the same age. So it's not going to feel the same.
Yeah. And change is good, right? Change is really good.
Yeah, 100%. That's why I'm still playing.
And it took them a little bit of time to get their head out of their patootie and listen to the community to like get things rocking.
I mean, if they gave us another Shadowlands, I would have probably quit the game eventually.
Yep.
I say that fully knowing that that's probably not the case, but you know.
Evelyn says, I said hi, and Zan said, marry me. That's what she said.
Yeah, that's the TLDR.
Hey, I like it.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you right now that's not even the first time we got on a call. I was like, it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
That's crazy, man. That's so sweet. It's literally so like, you know, because I'm looking for that now,
like,
and I'm not like super looking, but like I'm, you know, I don't want to like overextend and like try to, you know, whatever else. But the fact that, you know, you found your forever and like it just was so organic and like the way it happened too, it's so cool, man. Like literally,
it's the most random thing. And you know, the funny thing is, I wouldn't have been streaming at that point if COVID didn't happen.
Yeah, you had a lot of.
I'm not even kidding. I was on the way to find a new job. To find a job after I'd finished my studies.
Yeah.
After I'd finished school. The only reason I didn't was because of COVID. And that's fucking crazy.
It is. It's like
that's nuts.
COVID sucks, but what a blessing it was to put everything into fruition. Like, bro, like you know what I mean? Like, had so many other changes and like kickstarted a whole different chapter of your life because of COVID, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy. So there's got to be something, some nostalgia, something from the old WoW, something that you're like, man. And I'm going to tell you mine to start this whole thing off because I don't mind the global economy now, right? In Dragonflight.
You miss pretty stacking.
Explain to everybody what pretty stacking was.
Pretty stacking was a term that I think you actually coined. And what it was in the old auction house, you could post in stack sizes, which you can still kind of do, but it doesn't really matter as much.
Yeah.
But what it was that you could post in pretty stack sizes. So if people needed 200 of a thing, 20 of a thing, 35 of a thing, whatever it was, you could post that at a higher price because a lot of people would just lower and lower and lower the price with like smaller or stupid stacks. So people would go for the ones that were convenient. Mm-hmm. It was basically a convenience thing.
Yep.
And that was one of the big things that Skits did that a lot of people learned from him too. even though they don't want to say it.
I know, and I don't like
You know what I mean?
I don't want to like
You don't want to clap your own cheeks.
I don't. But yeah, it's like one of those things where if I had like gems or enchants up, I could put them in stacks of 2 because I knew typically if you needed that enchant
It'd be 1 or 2
or that gem, it'd be 1 or 2, and I could sit
and
there.
You can still do this to this day. It's just not the exact same in a lot of markets.
Yeah, and that too. And like, can we talk about how I used to get so mad when people would get a plan or a gem or whatever, and it'd be the first of the expansion, and it'd be on the market, and then I'd post like say a gem for like 9,000 gold, and then they would post it for like 7,000 right below me, and I was like, I used to remember me whispering everybody. I would literally whisper them, and I'd be like,
"This is a
what are you
conversation."
doing? I'm like, what are you doing? Like, we can all make money. We can all make.
But this is one of that's like a whole economical conversation because there's a lot of different reasons for people acting like that.
Yeah.
You know? Also the way that you act, but you know that obviously.
The reason I got on the real stock market, the real. I started investing in everything else. You know where it came from? World of Warcraft, bro. It literally came from WoW. I understood. It taught me so much about supply and demand and having things and this and that. And I literally was so invested in that and the whole process that like I did it with real money on the real market, whatever. And I was like, dude, this is the coolest shit ever, man. Like, this is so cool.
Back to that Metallica thing, because that reminded me, because I thought of something else.
Yeah.
One of the reasons that I got so interested in economy early on was because my granddad did it. He did stocks.
Okay.
And every time I visited, he was sitting there day trading. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was like, yo, what's going on? What's that company? Why are you doing this? I was just asking all sorts of questions. And that's where I learned a lot about economy and how companies are put together. And the reason that brought me to the Metallica thing is it's really funny, okay? The drummer, as you know, is Danish. Yes?
I did not know that, but I do now.
He's Danish, okay? His dad was in the same football club as my granddad. And like, until they were fully grown adults.
That's crazy, dude.
Same football club. And my granddad used to tell me of the time that, you know, when they had been out for like a beer or a conversation or a hangout time or whatever it was, because they would all show up for like their monthly meetings.
Yeah.
And my granddad would ask him like, so, how does he make money on this? Can he like, does he live on the money that he makes from being a drummer? Is that even viable? Is that doable?
No way, dude.
To the drummer of Metallica. And his dad was like, yeah, I mean, it's going great for them. And this, we're talking, this was the start.
It's going great for them. Yeah, literally like.
No, but his dad, like.
At
like
that time, it wasn't like.
What I was told, it wasn't like nuts. This was before they went crazy. And then obviously after, they had the conversation after. But I think that's really cool that I have a connection like that. You know what I mean?
100%.
Like my granddad knew his dad, like the drummer's dad.
Yeah, and not like the actual person, but like the roots.
No, they had
the roots of
they
the
had
family.
they had conversations.
Like
they had like full on conversations in the same football club, and for the Americans, soccer club.
Yeah, I was gonna say too. I was like, football or no? Actually,
I
while
mean,
we're on
let's
this
be
too,
honest. Let's be honest.
What's the biggest sport, the biggest event?
Football.
In Denmark, football.
All of Europe, it's football. It's the biggest.
It's just across the board, like
across the board. There's nothing that's bigger. The only one that comes close is biking, like bicycles, Tour de France.
Oh, like cyclists. What?
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's the only one that comes close. And I'd say, I mean, in some countries, then there's like other things that matter. But yeah.
What's the
Football
biggest?
Is definitely.
So like if I were to fly out to Denmark tomorrow, and you were to show me around, where would we go? What will we do? I don't care.
I mean, we could go to the stadium.
We have transportation, right? So that's out of the question.
Yeah, public transportation. We could walk everywhere too.
So where like what's like you guys like have a lot of like you go ski? Do you go do this? Do you go do
we
that?
don't get snow like that.
You know, like you don't get snow like that. Yeah.
Nah, not really. Not for skiing. Not a lot. But you know, in my city, we could go. We have like there. I mean, there's a shopping center. You can go to the lake. You can go rowing, fishing. You can walk around the lake, run around the lake, hike,
Yeah.
mountain bikes, or go on a bike trail. You can go to. Not every city has that, but my city has a football stadium, like
Yeah.
like 15,000 spots.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, there's all sorts of sports there too. But
What
my city is more like an outskirts city, so it's not like there's a whole lot of things to do.
Yeah. All right. So like intermission. Cheers, chat. Cheers. 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 You got one, Zan, or what? What are you doing? What are you doing over
I
here? Where's
mean,
it
I
at?
have this, but I would.
Don't grab it. We're chilling. We're chilling. What? So we go to a pub or we sit down at mom and dad's house, your house, and we're gonna eat a meal. And I'm there for the first time. What are we eating? What? Yeah. What are we snacking on?
I will say, I will say for most cases, you're getting some kind of meat, potatoes, salad, and a sauce. Most likely pork in a lot of cases.
You sound like us, man. We're Polish. But
No, but
we're a lot
I'll
of
tell you a
things,
piece
but,
of
like,
information about Denmark. We have the biggest export of pigs in the entire, at least in Europe. I don't know in the entire world, but at least in Europe.
Yeah.
But a lot of people eat seafood as well. I'm not a seafood kind of guy.
I know we had this conversation. We got to get you on
But
it. We got to get you on
very
it.
Danish. No, but like I can't.
It's a texture.
Mentally, I can't even force myself.
It's a texture thing or a smell
It's
thing.
a texture thing, and my mom is allergic to shellfish.
Okay, so my sister
And
is too.
it's not that I
Yep.
am, but it's a texture thing and a growing up thing.
Yeah.
I just can't. It's impossible for me. Like there's some things that I can eat, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
And then there are some things that I literally cannot even force myself to eat.
So
Like it's
like
crazy.
Fish is okay, or like salmon or whatever, but like no,
Yeah, I mean,
no
if the
shrimp,
fish-
no crabs, no lobster, no.
If the fish is really like rolled into like if you're giving me like a spinach salmon pie or something, or you're putting tuna in pasta, I can eat that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If it's combined with something else.
Yeah.
I'm not but with sushi, I can't. And, that's one of the things. Listen, it is one of the things that I hate about myself. I hate when I have to tell people I can't eat this.
Yeah.
You know what? Because I feel like such an inconvenience. I feel like, bro.
No, it's
so
not.
much
You
easier
like
if
what you like, right? You know what I'm saying? But like,
no, but still, it would be awesome to be able to eat everything. Because
Yeah.
like some of it looks appetizing, but I'm like, I know I can't eat that.
so you mentally check yourself out before,
Yeah.
and that's definitely a thing too, because I know that even now you might, because of the history of like you not liking it, when you look at it, you're already your brain's like,
No, but like that's something that I'll tell you when it comes to, and this is very weird for me, but textures is the biggest thing. No matter if it tastes good, if the texture is weird, I can't eat it.
yeah,
I can't. It's impossible. And that's one of those things. We'll take, for example, strawberries. I love everything tasting like strawberries. Jam, yogurt, milk, all these things. They taste pretty good.
Yeah.
Right? I'm
Yeah.
like, I'll eat these. But the actual strawberry, I can't eat it.
Is it the little mini seeds?
It's just a texture. I
like
don't know what it is.
the little mini
When
seeds in it, or like
I'm telling you right now, we've had like birthday cakes, right? And in those, it would go fruits in there, like bananas, jam and some strawberry pieces.
Yeah.
When I would, like, I'm telling you, as a kid, I'll be like,
Yeah, just
Immediately.
it's a texture thing, and then once you have that like unfortunate, I don't want to say unfortunate, like kind of like
but
interaction
I
with
didn't
it.
even puke. It's not bad.
Yeah, you're just
I
like, I don't know what it is, and your brain
It's crazy.
and your brain tells you like, no, dude.
And now
no,
that I'm
dude.
older, it's another one of those things that at least the wife thinks is undiagnosed ADHD.
Yeah, you could grow into it. Okay, so don't cut out.
No, but
Don't cut
you
out
say that.
sushi and don't whatever. No.
Listen, every single adult, especially when I grew up, they're like, "You just gotta try it more, brother. All you have to do is just eat it more." I'm like, why would I do that?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Why would I torture
myself? I don't like it the first 5 times. Stop trying to give it to me for the next 10 times.
Just give me lasagna 200 million times. I'm fine.
What's the story on that too, bro? I know you eat lasagna. I don't know how many times a month, but like every single time I ask you what you're snacking on, you're like lasagna, and I'm like,
this is the simple way.
Okay.
It's easy to make, right?
Relatively, yeah.
Okay, if you do 100% homemade and you do all the ingredients, yes, then it's a little complicated.
Yeah.
But if you buy the pasta plates and you have a pre-made seasoning package, and you put other things in there, obviously, but as a baseline thing, putting it together into the oven and then it's done, right? It's not that complicated. But the good thing about specifically lasagna is my dad likes making it and I like making it.
Yeah.
So there's 2 bonuses.
It's got a
and then
hard
the other
connection
thing
to
is,
it. Yeah.
I am the only one in my family that will eat it multiple times. Right? Some of them are fine with eating it just one day.
Yeah, they're like,
so what would happen is my dad would make a lasagna. He'd take a picture of it literally and say lasagna's done. And then I'd eat lasagna for 2 or 3 days. So he knew when he made me a lasagna, I'd have food for 2 or 3 days. He didn't have to think about anything.
Yeah, because it's like one of those hearty meals that you can make and then bake
you can put a lot of stuff in there.
You can have it ready to go.
Somewhat healthy.
Yep, and then just heat that shit back up. Which sometimes I'm not biased.
Even cold, it tastes great. Even cold.
Oh, you're a lasagna. Yeah.
Oh,
bro. Oh my god, bro, I like it. So like on the same note, like spaghetti, all that kind of thing that goes. Yeah. So
if you put anything Italian in front of me, I'll eat it.
Okay.
It's mine, all of it.
Yeah.
Garlic bread, any pasta dish, as long as it's not shellfish or seafood, right? It's a fucking pizza. You know, I'll be honest too. Potatoes.
Yeah.
I'll eat all of them.
Yep.
I don't care how you make them.
Yep.
Mashed, Hasselback.
Yep. Smashed, baked, whatever.
Fries.
They're delicious.
Whatever.
Delicious.
All of it.
Delicious, dude.
They last forever. You don't have to worry about expiration dates all the fucking time.
Right.
You can make them, and they're good for at least a week.
Yep.
At least.
Yep.
So they're great.
And
Potatoes
they're a great the starch and it's a great source of like just not energy. I'm not talking about like that, but like it's just a good. But it's a good hearty. Dude. It fills your belly up, and you really have like you know like.
But potatoes, they go together with so many dishes, so it's like you can never go wrong with potatoes.
Yep.
No, like nobody's gonna be like, why are you eating potatoes with this?
No, you can put potatoes on anything or with anything.
That's what I mean.
And you can make it 1,000 different ways. And like scallop potatoes were my favorite, man. Like through grade school, the high school system,
real crispy.
Yep.
Like some really good seasoned ones.
Done.
Yep.
Done.
It's a wrap.
It's a delicious little snackaroonie, bro. Yeah, like literally. Speaking of snackaroonies, when you're streaming and you don't have a full meal in your belly, what are you grabbing? What are you going to get? What do you like? What do you crave? If you don't have it at the time, it's not that. Yeah, not the question, but
like not necessarily food, but it could be like a random snack.
Yeah,
a chocolate croissant.
You're eating chocolate croissants midstream.
You said a snack.
I know, but like that's your.
Yes.
Okay.
And
okay.
Oh my God, let me tell you something. They are nowhere to be found over here. Like there are some stores that have them. But bro, barely anyone makes them. I'm like,
the right way. The right way. They make them.
No, yeah,
but they're not.
You got some fucking gas station soft. Like
absolutely.
What?
Yeah. They're not what they should be.
I'm talking like good chocolate croissants.
Yeah.
They don't exist.
Was there a spot in Denmark or like close to you that
every bakery, every single one.
Really?
Yeah, they're all over. You can even in 7-Elevens.
They were top tier. They were top tier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Top tier. You get them. It like, bro, going to school. or we're talking like like high school type of, my school years during the high school era for you guys.
Yeah.
When I have to take the train, I would go down there literally 15 minutes after they come out of the oven.
Fire.
I'd have to get one.
Fire.
I spent so much money on croissants. I can't even.
Did they have the doors open? Like, could you smell them from walking
you
anywhere
smell
near
them,
them?
you
Like
step,
literally.
you step out the bus,
man,
and you're like,
dude, oh my
ooh.
god. Oh, I know.
It's
like,
feral.
How do I not have one?
Bro,
How do I not go get one?
I have 2 pennies. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's whatever.
Were there
you know what I mean?
Were there any homie spots like literally like beside you that were like mom and pop shops or anything that were like you went there all the time that they knew you and like you could like kind of like
my local pizzeria.
You could kind of get a little extra little something.
My local pizzeria. They always knew what I wanted because I wanted pepperoni pizza with salad dressing on there every time.
Salad dressing on the pizza?
It's like a thin mayo garlic salad dressing kind of thing.
Ooh,
it's not like the mayo you have over here, like a thick. It's like
not the
almost
Hellmann's.
runny. It's not ranch. It's like a lower version of ranch. It's a little healthier.
And you get on the side of that and just pour
no, you literally
pour it
just
on the,
make like a circle on top of the pizza.
Oh shit!
You can also get it on the side and dip it in there, but it's better on there.
Yeah, just like
it's great
to bake it with it kind of thing.
It's amazing.
Fire.
I'm telling you right now. I talked to a wife the other day about that. I was like, I gotta make my own one.
Yeah.
So what I'm probably gonna do, I'm gonna call my local pizzeria. I'm gonna be like, guys, I'm in America. Can I please borrow that recipe?
How do I do it? Please.
I've bought 249 pizzas from you guys. Please
tell me how to make it.
But I could probably find something online too. But it's just if I get theirs, it'll be exactly like what they make. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I can.
You want to do it right.
Yeah.
Zan, you mentioned undiagnosed ADHD, which I also am literally a part of too. Do you think perhaps that you have ADHD, and do you think? Yeah.
The wife has ADHD confirmed.
Yeah.
And she deals with that, and she also has medicine for it. And we've talked about this a bunch of different times, and she's mentioned that I've just found natural things to deal with it. Like natural ways to just deal with certain things, but there's a lot of things that I still struggle with all the time.
Yeah,
that she's like, there's no question in my mind. If we went to like through the process, you would definitely get it
100%.
But then we had the conversation of being like, I already deal with it pretty well, probably around the same amount that medicine would do. So the only reason or the only thing that would do was, put a name on it, really.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of things like Adderall or any other thing.
I don't need it. You know what I mean?
100%.
Like I don't feel like I need it.
100%.
And I know with the way that my personality is, considering the fact I've played WoW for 15 years, I don't want somebody saying, just take some meds, man. It's fine. It's fine.
I know. But like the not to think like that, but like it's one of those things where it just takes not the edge off, but it literally just it brings you into the, because what I've learned is don't put it down, put it away, right? Because like I'd go around the house and I'd do the dishes and I'd like start a certain project and I'd put shit down on the counter and then go do some other shit and then I'd go do this whatever. But it's you have to like I want to finish not the task because it's not a task, but like I know that
I have to finish this.
I'm so scatterbrained, bro, that I need just something to just hone me into, and it's not like a bad thing, right? But it's just like
no, it's just the way that we are. You know what I mean?
It really does help, and like when we're so high energy and we have all this shit going on, it's like. You want to have, you don't want to have it. And I'm the same way, dude. I'm like, I'm not fucking popping pills.
No, but
I'm not taking any of this shit.
I'm not telling you,
I'm not taking none of this.
It's 100% because of my dad.
Yeah.
But my entire life, I'm not taking any medicine unless a doctor tells me I'm going to die.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about it, because why would I rely on something like that if I don't need to?
Yeah.
If I can like find natural things, I'd rather do that.
No, 100%. But if it gets to
But
a point where like you're, you're so all over the place that you need something
have
to
to.
like, you don't have.
But I've been fine so far. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
With what I've just found things that work for what I do.
Yeah.
And that's,
well, what works for you?
Me,
what's your give me your morning routine.
This here. You see this?
Oh, those nail clippers?
No, this like a back clip kind of thing from IKEA.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you right now, this is something that I realized many years ago at this point. But I realized if I'm constantly doing something with one of my hands, I can just work like a normal human being.
You're a fidgeter.
Yeah, but it's the crazy thing is, and a lot of people tell me this all the time. I'm sitting there playing WoW, having a conversation in chat, bouncing around, listening to music at the same time. Yeah, and people are like, what's going on?
And speaking of that, to segue into that, Skits fam, I have never not heard a song that is an absolute banger and not thought of this man. Every time I hear an absolute whopper, the vocals, the piano, whatever might be good, but the drop's a little weird, whatever. But if it's an absolute, like, we built a
slapper.
We built a playlist together on Spotify because I know whatever he adds or I add is literally not up our alley. It is a direct shot to the heart of like, this is an absolute gasoline track, and like, this is
like, there's no chance you're not gonna like this.
It is exactly right.
And there's a lot of the time where I'll tell you, you might like this one. Yeah, maybe.
Same. Right? I do the same to you. I'll be like, this, it has like maybe the second drop's a little bit better, or whatever.
It's like a 70% kind of thing, but
Yep. But like, I really appreciate that. Like, and I think that's why even more that we've bonded over the years, because like, I know that like,
it's just the music.
It's weird. It's weird though, because people don't like certain kind of music and this and that, but I know like the style that I really appreciate, and the music that really gets me just,
pumping,
just going. I know that I could like either like give it to you or vice versa, whatever. And it's you're gonna automatically be like, we don't have to.
For me, it's like, I like so many different kinds of music, and you do the same. But for me, it's, I thrive on music. It's really, it's crazy, because I have times where I'm looking for music, and what I do, I have a playlist. There's 300 songs. I open it, I click, I listen maybe 10-15 seconds of the song. If I don't like it in 10-15 seconds, goodbye.
Yep.
Goodbye.
Gone.
Goodbye.
Gone.
Like, if I worked at a record label, oh my god, the amount of times I'd be like, trash, goodbye, you're terrible, goodbye, nope,
Yeah, because we know what we want. We know what we want, right? We know like literally just like what.
But even what I want, I can tell when something is well made. I don't like it, but I can tell if something's a good piece of music. Yeah. It's just not my type of thing. Yeah. For example, that's something like, for example, hardstyle. I can tell when there's a really fucking good hardstyle track, and I'm just not gonna listen to it unless I'm fucked up.
Yeah.
I'm not. Yeah. I'm not sitting here,
Yeah, we have different we'll put on different music for different, like, if we're feeling a certain kind of way or whatever. But like the general, just music that we listen to, or like just that stream music, you can call it whatever, that like, because we'll watch and we'll listen to songs like daily on stream, and then we'll both at the same time be like, oh, the buildup is nuts, and then we'll hear the drop and we're like, what the fuck was that, dude?
It's like literally,
what the fuck is that? Like,
bro, it's like they have a god tier buildup, god tier intro, and then they pulled out of like their fucking ass crack from 2 years ago. Oh, you know what? I have this I made. And it's just a piece of shit.
It is. It's, and we want it to be better. Right, we want it to be.
I'm just like, bro, if you literally change the melody,
I know,
by like 2 octaves,
stop teasing us.
This would be a perfect.
Yeah. Stop teasing us. Stop teasing us with that insane opening and intro and whatever, and then we get to the.
Dude, the amount of times that I've thought about like looking at an email reaching out to artists and being like, bro, listen, I'm recording how I want this to be right now, and I want you to
try it out, do something a little different.
Yeah.
Like literally, like, yeah, bro. Like, no, I 100% agree with that. And
crazy.
we're gonna go into what we all wanted, chat. The current WoW Dragonflight, and I want to just give a little bit of like, I guess, like clarity on why I'm back, because I always join and I always come back to the new WoW or the new expansion just to try it, because it is a very special place in my heart and I love the game. But every time that I do that with certain expansions, it's always like, God damn it, like here we go again, right? Like here we go again, whatever. Dragonflight has really revitalized like my love for WoW, which is so
100%.
good, and like
I can tell too.
Yeah, and like it's just not just because of like the new class changes and the new profession changes, but like
just a feel, man.
It's a whole different game.
The communication,
now.
Like the people that are playing.
Yeah,
like
everyone's back. Everyone's back because they are the same way we are. They know that like, you know, you can play a game and like you can like struggle through it sometimes when it's bad, but you just feel bad leaving the game kind of shit. But like Shadowlands was what I mean. It really just like
I honestly
vinegar
really
in
thought,
my water. It put vinegar.
I really thought that they could never make anything worse than the shit stain WoD was, but I mean they did it.
They did it. They did it. And
but I mean, obviously it's obviously there was COVID and all of this stuff too. But there's also a certain degree that you can't just blame everything on something like that.
Right.
Because so many other games, so many other companies did just fine.
Yeah, they get through it. And they make quality content or they have something they put out that like really just gets you back into the game at least.
100%. And the way that I feel about it is if they knew Shadowlands was shit, why didn't they communicate it? Like if they knew that people weren't enjoying things and they explained early on what was going on, talking about it, communicating with the player base, that would have been so good.
We would at least have known. We would have at least have expected that or like known what's coming up.
I'm like, okay, well the
like,
next 9 months is going to be dead because they told us. It's, that's one of the things. That roadmap they put up on Twitter, I mean, talk about fully bricked. What do you mean? Like did you see it? So
was it the player like the player base that's playing the game now, like roadmap?
No. They put like, this is when this patch is going to be out. This is when this patch is going to be out. This is when this patch. They planned out all of 2023. They said 2 minor patches, 2 major patches this year. And then they said like 2 more minor patches, and then like what? Let me pull it up.
Yeah, no, it's crazy too. But like, what,
dude?
What now? Like, because I always ask you this. What of any expansion that came out so far? What's the biggest cash cow? What expansion?
Oh, Shadowlands mission tables.
Without a doubt. From a Goldmaking perspective, like what was just like absolutely pumping?
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Shadowlands mission tables. They were ruining the economy. That's how good they were.
I like that though. From a gold farming standpoint, we like that.
Halfway into the expansion, you could, after you obviously reach max level, in 20 minutes, you could get it up to like 70% of how good it was in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So per character, you could get 1,500 to 2K raw gold every day, and then you also got polished pet charms to buy pets, build Octane runes, and materials. And we're talking, at that point, when I was doing it on 50 characters every day, at that point, we're talking,
disgusting.
10 to 20K per day per character.
Yeah, disgusting.
Disgusting.
Do you remember? Like your biggest haul? Like, because I know mine. Like, I don't know, and I'm not gonna like disrespect the expansion.
The biggest haul I've ever had.
Yeah, like
Shadowlands Legendaries in 9.2. They had an unlock quest where we could finally equip 2 legendaries instead of just 1.
Yeah.
That day, I sat on the auction house on 2 accounts and cancel scanned and crafted for 14 hours. I sold for 74 million.
Shout out cancel scans and reposting.
74 million. And this was one server. I sold for 74 million in just legendary. I will say I did all legendaries for every piece for every gear class, but 74 million in 14 hours.
It's disgusting.
Disgusting.
I remember wanting the spider in Dalaran, where the vendor, the black market,
Bloodfang Widow or whatever.
The Bloodfang Widow. I remember like farming for that at 2 million gold, but you had to like catch him, and everybody would talk in trade chat, be like, "Yo, he's up on this or whatever. Like you can go get him now, whatever." And then I got introduced to the Bronte, the big brontosaurus, the big boy, the big boy. And I literally could not shut my brain off until I got it, and I wanted to know how to get it. And from jewel crafting and enchanting, every expansion would go out and level and do like end game content, whatever. And I was sitting on my ass in the middle of Ironforge or Stormwind or whatever, and I would just literally get to the top tier enchanting and jewel crafting profession. I would grind that whole thing out so I had the top tier things, because I knew that like the bigger, like the big raids, the big guilds, whatever, they have disposable gold. They have so much income,
whatever.
They can just spend whatever, right? So I had to get up to that point, and then I remember sitting there and I was like, I have single enchants listed for 15, 20, 25k a piece, and they're flying. They're flying off the auction house. And I literally was just like, holy. The reason I'm still playing today without spending money on WoW is because of the gold that I made in previous expansions. Like I literally have so much, like, it's getting a little bit thin now. Like we're going to get back to it, but it was all,
it's an expensive expansion.
It is. And I was just like, when I came back to Dragonflight, I thought like it might be similar or whatever, and it's completely
absolutely not
the polar opposite. And we never knew that. I mean, we like, if you guys like were around the game, or no, you would know that.
I did.
But coming back after like a hiatus of like a couple years,
you would have no idea.
I got on thinking like I could just like pick this back up, whatever. Dude, I'm still learning today, and it's like one of those things where like I love the fact that they've changed it so much, but it's still kind of similar, right? So like it's
based and it's the same feel, but the entire system is completely different from what matters and what you focus on. Like obviously, if you make consumables, they're gonna sell a lot. But I mean, the crazy thing is they decided to do the complete profession revamp at the same time that they decided to make parts of the auction house regional.
That's the big thing,
which is a double whammy.
Yeah.
And that's actually, one of the things when the regional auction house first came out, I remember so many people in my community and other communities that I was frequenting, they were all like, the regional auction house is going to destroy the game. You're not going to be making any gold. It's going to be terrible. All those people. And I always was like, this is going to be great. We're going to be able to make gold at all hours of the day. It's never, like, obviously it's still going to slow down, but we're going to be able to sit on the auction house and craft all day. Literally all day.
And not only that, but, like, when you put something up, it's gone.
You have a much higher market than ever before.
It is
all
gone.
The people,
it's gone.
All the people that are on low pups and medium pups, right? They had access to almost nothing in super high prices. Now they have access to everything. Yep. So you have more buyers, probably also more sellers, but I don't know. I think it's a lot better. It feels much better.
It's iffy for me because like I don't mind posting up or herbs now that I've like had my first character and they like automatically just go and you can sell them. But at the same time, I loved having in chat, for those that don't know, like back in the day, you had one realm, right? It shared Horde and Alliance together. But
not always.
But the competition, not always, but the competition was
on your one realm.
It was on your realm. It was literally just like, so you could make, you know, that price, and you could sell things that really you could pump like
You can
an obscene amount of gold, because if you had that plan, or you had that, now everybody has that plan.
No, but the thing is, they're still first to markets, and they're just much more like, they're crazy now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you have so many more customers than ever before. And that's one of the things that I made a lot of gold on. And for example, tailoring, there's an item, an optional reagent called blue silken lining, or lining, or whatever you want to call it. And that item was used in a lot of crafted gear as an optional reagent.
Yeah.
And you could get it if you farmed rep. But a lot of, like, with the Cobalt Assembly, a lot of people didn't do that because it was like a separate thing at level 70. A lot of people didn't realize that it was the case.
Yeah.
And then another thing that I did was farm dirt for 40 hours, which, you know, it's not normal.
Got the shovel out. Got the shovel out.
And I got very, like, super far ahead. And I could also sit on the auction house pretty much at all hours of the day.
And that's the biggest point that you just made, is getting far ahead early in every expansion is the reason why people make the most amount of gold.
Yeah.
When you
preparation, and you know what to look for and go for, 100%.
150,000%.
But it's also a lot to do with time. Time will always win, because you could be super good at flipping, sniping, crafting, whatever it is, but if you only have an hour or two a day, somebody that has 15 hours a day to sit there and gather will win.
Yep.
They'll make more than you.
Yep.
So it's also a matter of how much time you have.
Yep, 100%. Chat, questions in the chat right now. 15-second intermission. I'm going to use the restroom. I'm going to grab a Bachachi. Yep. And then we'll be back in 15, 20 seconds. And then I'm going to read some questions from chat that you have for Zan, the OG. Already, like, I have the biggest smile on my face, because this is like the most organic, like, conversation, not only with my boy, but like about the game that we both love. So like, it's literally like, it's literally so much fun to, like, you know, like, shoot the shit about this. So 15, 20 seconds.
Before we get a bladder infection, we're gonna
before I piss my pants, we piss our pants. We'll be right back in 15, 20 seconds. Take your time, Zan. Still, like, we have plenty of time.
Yeah,
so take your time. We'll be back in.
I'll walk slowly.
Yeah, me too. Be right back, chat. Love you. Ghost Iron Ore was insane. Those deposits were nuts. Yeah. And to chat, like, not as a filler, but like, I really appreciate the whole campaign. Like, the whole quest line of Dragonflight was so much fun. And I don't want to be, like, biased, because, like, I took that much time off to, like, get to a certain, like, you know, like, point back from WoW, or, like, taking, like, that much time off, just because, like, whenever you, like, love a game and you, like, take time off and you come back, even if it's dog water, you're still gonna, like, enjoy it. But, like, I really like, like, enjoy it. That's a great question. That's a great question. Give me some questions, chat, before Zen gets back. Anything gold making, WoW, life,
I have a wireless headset,
whatever.
I can hear you all the time.
Good. I love it. What is the craziest / most expensive buy in game that you bought for yourself?
The Bruto.
Not. I know. So that was the exclusion. It was not.
Besides that,
like, did you splurge? I have mine. I already know. I'll go.
20 million on black market auction house containers overall, I think.
And what did you get from?
Nothing. Terrible.
Oh.
I'm never buying. Like, I got decent things.
I'm never going back to that place.
I'm never buying another one. Never buying another one ever again.
Oh my gosh. Mine was, you see it now, chat, on my Draenei, on my Warrior, Miss Skits.
Now, what I will buy another one off again is not sponsored.
Cheers. Cheers. Salute, chat, if you got one. Love you. Great conversation.
1 star on Yelp.
Hope you guys are having a great time. Yeah. The Glorious. Yeah, the whole Glorious Transmog set.
But that's kind of cheap now. Maybe not on the day.
It is. It wasn't. It was like 150K per like 2 pieces, and then like the smaller items like weren't too crazy. But I can't think of anything else besides like when you're a gold farmer or you make a lot of gold, like you usually you buy the Black Widow or the Brano or.
Honestly, I could also just say all the stuff that I keep reinvesting into to make brother. More gold.
Cheers. Yeah. Why do you think men play female characters? Because it's a video game, Tammy. That's the best part.
And also,
you can be,
I'm gonna tell you right now,
be whoever you want to be.
Some men like cross-dressing. Other men like playing something that they aren't themselves. Additionally, on top of that, some men also like looking at even animated genitals,
and that's so nice. Animated genitals. It's literally that's gonna be a clip. This is the promo for the podcast right here, literally.
And what else? There's more probably.
The jiggle.
But
physics.
then again, playing a big chunky sweaty orc, destroying everything. Nah, it's pretty bad. They smell, as Skit says.
Yeah, because we all know that obviously the Alliance are a superior faction.
Like, I'll tell you right now. The only reason I'm playing Horde is because all my small PP friends didn't want to play Alliance anymore, so I had to swap because I didn't want to play alone. And now, because I'm playing Goldmaking by usually, obviously,
so you had no pride. You had no pride in the faction that bred you and brought you into the game.
I did.
I did.
But it just wasn't enough. It wasn't enough.
I feel that.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, Sandalari trolls, they're just the best in the game. Bwansamdi, best lore character in the game, so I can't ever leave again now.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
But yeah.
I respect it. And honestly, I really was against when I came back and I'm like, wait, what do you mean that we can raid and do dungeons and I get outside?
Mercenaries, you know what I mean?
Yeah, to the summoning stone and I see my war mode's on and I see this dude lit up in red and I'm like, whatever. And then we all get into a dungeon together and it's like, oh, all right, well, the queues are quicker.
Cross-faction now.
Yeah, the queues are quicker. Everything is quicker, and we can raid together, and whatever.
It's just making the game better, And it's also why shouldn't people be allowed to play? If they want to play together, make love, not Warcraft. You know what I mean?
100%. Because if your friends are on a different realm or play a different faction.
It's just how it works now. People don't care about the same things as they used to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's
I want to play on this realm. I want to, play this fucking, whatever.
Yeah, back in the day, it was you pick one side or the other, and I love that. And I still love that.
Yeah.
And I always talk about
it's still
it,
very much
right?
the case. 100%.
Yeah.
There's just, also a part of the player base that don't care.
Yeah.
And they want to play together.
Yeah, they're just casuals, not saying it in a bad way, but they just, if my boy, just leveled up 2 weeks ago and he put me on the game and he plays Orc Warrior and I'm on Anduin, can we still get together? And yes, we can. Yes, we can now. Yeah. Now we can just invite me and we can still do raids or dungeons together or all the stuff together. So I don't mind that aspect of it. It's just more about like a personal, like, you know, like when you're that deep into the game, you're just like,
no, I mean,
like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
of course people feel like that.
All right, Zan, as a brand new player, in World of Warcraft, if you had any advice for gold making as far as what I should do or start off with, or what should I do? How do I go about, you know, starting to make gold, even if I want to like swap professions or make an alt and do other things? But like, what do you think right now, currently in Dragonflight? Like, how would you go about as a brand new person coming back? Like, what would you do?
The thing that I always recommend is that people pick whatever they think looks cool or sounds fun. Because I'm going to tell you right now, it doesn't matter how good a profession is. If you don't like it, you're going to stop doing it, which means less gold. So if you're picking something that you actually like or enjoy or you think sounds cool, the chances are you're going to be doing that much longer.
Yeah.
But besides that, I will always say gathering professions, mining, herbalism, or skinning. Most cases, mining and herbalism.
100%.
Because
100%.
not only is that one of the best ways to get introduced into how the game works and how the economy works, because you're farming things that people are buying, you also learn about how fast you can get them, how many you can get, why things cost the things that they do.
Yep.
And you get to try different kinds of things, you know, posting at different times, seeing competition, all of these things.
Yeah, and you definitely see like every like big craft, whether it's like blacksmithing or jewel crafting or alchemy or whatever, it all starts with a base of raw materials, right?
Yeah, and if we don't have farmers, we have nothing. I can't make the gold I do without them.
And on top of that, if you're doing a new character and you're going around the wilderness and just literally just doing quest by quest, and you find a node or you want to mine something or herb something, whatever, the experience that you get from just picking that or mining that is disgusting. Like it literally it complements your leveling process. So like you start to get, you know, and then now with the global economy in the auction house, like you put it up, and before you can click on something else, it already in your feed says it's gone. It's literally gone.
Goodbye.
And here's some immediate gold, right?
You can never farm enough. And it feels great, man. It feels great. It feels really rewarding that you farm an hour, you go in the auction house, you post it once or twice, it's gone.
Yep.
And I think it feels really awesome, honestly.
Have you thought of doing so if you stopped just gold farming every single day, what would your next endeavor be in WoW? Would you?
I mean, I've done everything already.
No,
so just
but
doing one of the same things
really dive into it. Would you PvP? Would you PvE?
Mythic rating.
Would you mythic
rating?
Yeah.
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 I've considered a lot of times going really hard again, even thinking about world first rating.
Yeah.
The only problem with it is I still want to do gold making more.
I know.
So it's it's a hypothetical world. If I couldn't have gold making, which obviously would never happen because that's how the game works, but I would do PvE for sure. High level mythic rating. If I couldn't do world first rating, I would do, I would try to get into a top 200 guild for sure.
Yeah.
Because the way that I play the game religiously, and I care about things in like I care about small percentages. Yeah. I do that in gold making too, right? I'm trying to make everything that I do more efficient. You know what I mean? Like I'm talking about the smallest thing. If I have to take one flight point on an alt, I'm not doing it, because that's actually something that I talked about the other day. I have 200 level 60 plus characters.
Yeah.
And with something like a Showweave bolt and a Chronocloth bolts and tailoring, which are the daily craft bolts that you can make.
Yeah.
At a very early level, you can craft the rank 1 and 2 versions of those. But what a lot of people want is they want to go for the big boy. I want to make the rank 3s. But the amount of time that you have to put into your character to be able to do that is much higher than just getting the baseline rank 1 or 2.
100%.
So what's good for me is, because I have so many characters, it's better for me to do 50 characters that have the rank 1s and 2s than 10 characters that have the rank 3s. It's
And
overall more gold and less time.
it is, but now I really think that like
That's even more the case.
it's
even-
crazy. Yeah, but it's crazy
even more the
because
case.
like if you want like your ring or your neck or your weapon recrafted or whatever,
Yeah.
like you have to find that one person on your realm that not only
Yeah.
leveled that up to top tier, but specialized in rings
To that
or
thing.
specialized in weapons or special. So
Yeah.
now it makes me
It
want
matters
to. It
even
makes me
more.
want to level and alt even more because now I know like. You know, these are like the best in slot for these characters, and these
Yeah.
are, and it all comes back down to research and knowing like your audience and like knowing
And just deciding
what people
It-
want,
it
right?
feels great that the professions mean something. You have to make meaningful choices.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And obviously, we've seen what that causes. People are, to put it nicely, they're kind of upset with the fact that they can't refresh or respec their specialization points.
Yeah.
And I keep telling people the only reason you feel this way is because you can't. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if you could respec your points, there would be no reason to have points.
Fast.
Because then people could do everything.
Right.
Then there's no point in having a talent tree if you can do whatever the fuck you want all the time.
Right. Just because Billy leveled up, you know, like this spec of, you know, like mining or herbing or whatever, and then you need the other spec of mining and herbing from somebody else, and you didn't.
It's never going to work.
And you didn't take the
Right?
time to put
It's
that
never
into
gonna
that,
work.
and that's what I love because you have to
Yeah.
make a decision on what, not only profession that you choose, but what specialization that you need to like really hone in on to you know choose to make gold that way
Yeah.
or do that kind of, you know, like that kind
But
of
the
thing.
only reason that people feel that way is because they see somebody making millions and millions of gold doing something. They're like, I want to do that. I didn't do that. And then they say that they make a mistake. They made a mistake. Right? So they want to respec. And I'm like, okay, well, the
Tough
problem
titty.
is
Tough
if
titty.
everyone goes over and does this best thing, then it's not going to be the best anymore. It's going to be oversaturated, and the profit margins are going to be slimmer than your wiener.
100%. If
So, like-
if everybody could respec with the like the
It wouldn't-
poster
Yeah.
child equipment and whatever like is selling the
This-
best, and everybody respects
Nope.
their
be
points and
terrible.
goes to that, then it wouldn't be, that market wouldn't be there. Like
Nope.
it would just, you know, like
So
you know,
that is why every time that somebody says, I want respecs, I tell them, no, you don't. You think you do, but you don't.
you don't, and pay attention, and I didn't.
Yeah.
And that's why like now I'm starting to like
And that's
hunt-
also like, people are like, oh my God, but I put like 40 points into the wrong thing. You clicked 40 times, and then you also clicked apply. You are impatient. You didn't make a mistake.
you didn't read. You didn't read
You didn't
anything.
you didn't read your screen.
read.
You didn't think about it.
Yeah.
You didn't research anything. You didn't ask anyone. You just made a decision on the fly, and you're like, "Oh fuck, I messed up."
Yeah. Tough
It
titty.
says
Tough
that
titty.
these choices are permanent. They have an apply knowledge button because they're permanent.
Yep.
But anyway, you know, it's one of those. Yeah.
But that's why I love like Dragonflight so much, is because
It's great, man.
I'm still to this day learning. The fact that you told
Yeah.
me to pull up my Titan nodes, and there's an
know
actual.
what's crazy about
there's
that?
an
I learned more about
actual like there's a spell on my normal bar to click on, bro.
Dude, I
had
couldn't figure
that.
out why-
I had
I
that
could-
for 2 weeks. I didn't even
I
know
could not
about
figure
it.
out. I couldn't figure out why you couldn't find it or what it was. So I was like, I learned the profession myself. I locked on, like, where is this? Well, how do I get it? And then I randomly saw it pop up in my action bar, and I was like, wait, oh my God. I was like, I found out like within 30, 40 minutes or whatever, because I had a free space on the action bar.
Yeah.
And then I was like, okay, I'll go test this out. So I found out that it worked on the Titan touched thingies, but it also works on the hardened ones and the primal ones and what are the other ones?
Elemental.
Whatever other ones. All
Elemental.
of the ones that have like a bonus thing, you
Yeah.
can use the
Yeah.
overload on it.
We call them
I had
shinies.
no- I had no
we
idea.
call them shinies. The shinies.
The shinies.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Right?
And that's the best part about like the whole thing is like it's like we're playing the game we love, but we're also relearning it in a whole different way, because like even my spec as a Fury Warrior, and like I chose to play him instead of the Shaman because Elemental and Enhance are pumping. I don't play that. I played my Resto Shaman for 10 years, but I was like, let me just start with my Fury Warrior because she has Gathering Profession. So I don't want to do jewel crafting alchemy. I want to do herbing and mining, and then just see what's going on. In my rotation, in my entire experience for the first week and a half was awful because I had no gear. My rotation I had no idea about, and then I finally started to quickly figure things out, and like that is what I love about WoW. Like you literally have to really do, like if you want to do it and do it at a high level or well, like you have to really put the time in to like dissect it, and like you have to do your research. You have to do your research and like really what I'm saying, like
but it's one of those things, and this might be a little toxic, just a little bit.
Okay, give me
something that I've seen with content creators in the gold making scene. It is very obvious to see the people that are bullshitting their way through it with the Dragonflight professions. You know what I mean?
As far as content or the
as far as what they tell people.
Oh, okay. Well,
right? Because I previous expansions I was like, this is obviously bullshit. Why are you telling people this? And not everyone realized it, but now you can like really
see
tell.
it. You can really see it.
You can really see that people have absolutely no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, and that's and that's why I'm like so invested coming back, because like we talked about before, we had that like huge heart to heart, and I love you for that too. Because like you have to really sit down, and you have to really sit down and dissect everything. You have to dissect everything and read up on everything, and you have to really because like there's so many different variables and things that like are changing and have changed that like nobody knows about still. Still, chat, like still to this day they have no idea like what.
Dude, every day I'm talking about the profession stats, and people have no fucking idea how they work.
Yeah.
What you talking about? Listen, I'm not gonna start drama. I'm just saying it as an overall thing, Tammy. But the people that know or at least knew, they I don't gotta say the names. I don't. There's also no reason.
Drop them. You won't drop them. No, don't. If you want to,
listen.
There's a lot of bullshit.
But I don't like I don't want to deal with the bullshit of saying it.
Yeah.
Like for me, it's more like the behind the scenes kind of stuff that I'll do.
It is though.
Not to be like behind people's backs.
No.
But it's more. It's more if people ask me questions directly about certain people or what I think about a certain video or a certain thing that someone said, I might comment.
You should give your honest opinion on it, and I did I did the same shit too, because it's like
I don't go looking for it.
Yeah, but like people getting there first is one thing.
Because I know how much gold you have. It doesn't matter. You don't have to worry about it. We're talking about this. These are people that misguide or mislead completely new players, or like
100% correct. It doesn't give anybody a pat on the back if you put out a video first that's incorrect. Does that make sense? If you just want to get there first, everybody wants to get there first and 100%. put a fat thumbnail up and put a good title up, and then you might get 10% of knowledge out of the whole entire thing, but like the overall, and that's what we talked about a couple of nights ago. It's like I have a lot of things in the chamber I want to put out, but I need to get through. I need to do it, and I want to make it right. I want to make sure what I'm putting out is right.
You just have to make sure you don't make the content just to be first. If you're making the content really trying to help people, you might miss something. You might not get something right, but that's okay. Right? Because then you learn something from other people that'll tell you about it, right? Because obviously we can't know everything. I don't know everything either.
Yeah.
People correct me on my shit sometimes too.
Yeah, it's healthy. Yeah, it is.
Even for me that plays the game literally all day every day, there's still lots of things I have no idea about, and we have daily conversations about all kinds of professions, the way that things work and markets and all of that.
Yeah.
So it's it's a lot of back and forth in that area. But specifically, what I talked about was certain gold making content creators misleading new players when it comes to gold making.
In what way?
To waste a lot of time.
In what way? In what way? In what way?
They'll say they'll
you can say
basically
it.
straight
Say
up,
it with your chest. You don't have to say names or whatever, but
they
like
will
just,
basically straight up lie and tell people to their faces this thing is good when it's absolutely fucking terrible.
Yeah. And
like they'll say this is what you should do as a new player making gold, and then they give you 10 rares where you can farm transmog and pets from it, and it's like that's not good at all.
Right.
If you're experienced, if you know your shit, right, then obviously, sure, it'd be fine.
Yeah.
But as a new player, bro, no, you're not going to be farming pets to make gold. You're not going to be farming transmog to make gold unless you like it. But that's a completely different conversation.
You're like me too, Zan, because like
you can easily make 100,000 gold farming this pet.
Right. No, incorrect.
No,
incorrect. Completely incorrect. 100%. And you're the same way I am, because like whether I find a new gold strategy or like something to like make gold on or whatever,
yeah,
I never immediately put it out because I want to try it. I want to test it through and through. I want to make sure.
See what's up.
I want to make sure that like this is actually a real
but then
logical.
You can make.
Logical
but then you can
way.
make a piece of content saying, "I'm currently working on figuring this out." Right?
Yeah.
This is what I've learned so far.
And that's the difference between saying I'm learning and I'm trying to do it than just putting out a video being like, this is
for
right,
example,
and this is
gathering,
what you're...
I was trying to figure out how to help you. So I search up gathering videos, and all I see, this is the best farming route ever, and this is all you need to be able to do it.
Dog water.
And these people had
water.
like 30 knowledge points.
Yep.
They made a random route in a random zone that made no fucking sense.
Right.
And I'm like, bro, what do you mean?
That's not us. That's not us. You know,
tell me why. Tell me
nice,
how many.
It's nice to get clicks. It's nice to like, be on the
but
forefront.
Listen, Tammy, you would be surprised how many people do not have common sense and cannot read through the lines. There are so many people that just take things the way that they're told and believe it 100%.
If they see it and they're brain into the game and they like 2 days in and they watch a video, they're going to be like, oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, absolutely, I'm going to do that.
This pet, I'm going to farm this. 25K, I'm going to farm it. Oh, I've been posting it for 2.5 months. I haven't sold it. What's good?
I've been farming it for 2.5 months. It's 25K from the drop the first 2 days that I got it, and now there's 138 of them on the auction house, and now it's 14.
It's not,
they're all 14K, and they don't sell because like you don't know if that pet is like viable to like, you know, like the whole like, you know, like industry itself, as far as like, you know, like I've never pet battled at all, but like you can tell that like certain things people just put up that they grab or they go farm and they're like, yep, that's $1 million right
gold.
Here. Hit the lottery.
Gold,
hit the lottery right here. I'm going to show you how to hit the lottery. Like, dude, no.
It's like people sell. It's like people that failed their business degree make a book and they try to sell it to you for $300 in a course that they have no fucking idea. Like it's the same kind of people. You know what I mean? Just in a while.
100%.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, because Bill asked it, people absolutely know what they're doing, and if they don't, that's so much worse. If they don't know what they're saying is garbage, I mean, bro.
Yeah, but nobody else knows. Like from the outsider's perspective, or anybody being like, oh, WoW's back, Dragonflight's back. I'm gonna come back and like learn the game, and like I want some good information on how to like really make gold that's not bullshit, then you know you go to certain spots for that. But the majority gets to it so quick. They put out random ass videos and they just try to sell you on like,
but that's the name of the game. You know, it's not exactly their fault either because it works, and they keep doing it because it works, right? But it's also I mean,
can feel you bubbling.
Listen, listen.
Who is it? Who is it? Give me some initials. Give me some initials. Don't say it out. Give me some initials. Because, bro, you're the same way I was. When I was very deep in the WoW game, in the gold making game, every time I posted a video, I saw other videos of the same content or whatever that was so inaccurate that I wanted to fucking pull my hair out. I wanted to be like, dude, what are you doing? I know you.
But that's, I mean, what I am at this point is when people ask questions, right? Continue to ask questions. I'm like, I got to make a piece of content for this to the best of my ability. If I know somebody that I trust and I know they won't bullshit people, I'll send them to them, right?
Yeah.
So if people ask about certain something that I'm not good at, then I'll say, okay, go watch this guy, or this guy.
Yeah.
Specifically, like specific names, or send them specific videos. That's my way of telling people, don't watch these other fucks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because like,
I don't like the thing is
the flashy thumbnail. The flashy thumbnail and the title will just draw you in to think that, and then you'll spend your hard-earned, hours day in and day out going to grind this shit that really does not have any kind of like impact or influence on the gold making community. Like you don't get anything from it.
And they don't explain the full picture.
100%.
It's like somebody saying, I made $6,000 selling books on the Amazon Marketplace. Okay. How much time did you spend? How many stores did you go to? How many trips in a car did you take? How much money were you expensive? Which books did you buy? How many did you, like, who did you sell them to? Mention the fact that you're using an Amazon storehouse, right? Like, there's so many variables that they just don't explain, and like they don't incorporate or talk about or articulate.
Because they just want to get the,
because they know it'll make the video terrible. They won't have a video.
Yeah, they just want to get
it. The problem is if it just slightly works, if it just works a little bit, then it's good. It's good on YouTube. That's how it is.
Yeah. If they pull 10% of the information that benefits them or any little whatever, then they'll, like run with that. But like the majority of it is just like,
that's just how it is.
How do I get here first? How do I put up a video that is brand new and I still don't know shit about shit, but I know that I made a little bit of gold off of this, so I'm just going to run with a whole ass video on this profession or this technique or this whatever, and then it ends up being just like in 1 week, it just is gone.
Garbage. Terrible. Goodbye.
Yeah. Speaking of gold making in this whole conversation, you are now specialized in what? Your main pumper.
Oh, tailoring.
Your main pumper right now is what? And what do you do with it? How do you? We're gonna give the fam some juice right now. Like what?
So, I'm focused on tailoring.
Yeah.
Now,
why? Why tailoring?
My tailoring and also enchanting, but specifically tailoring, has been my favorite profession for multiple expansions. And I decided, like, I decided when Dragonflight got launched, I was like, I'm doing tailoring. I don't care, because I just wanted to. I was like, I want to do this profession, so I'm gonna do it. And I knew that tailoring is one of the major crafting professions. It's never going to be terrible, so I'm going to be making gold somewhat, right?
Yep.
It's always, and that was where it basically started. And then I was like, okay, well, I saw there's great bags, there's crafted materials, there is going to be shuffling potential because of unraveling. I was like, it's a wrap.
And more importantly, right, to like complement this, I think when you say, like, when I talk about herb and alchemy, or I'm sorry, herb and mining, like those raw things, tailoring in itself, when you have like a profession that says tailoring, you're not necessarily making the top like you're not crafting like gear necessarily.
I'm not
right?
You can decide not to.
Right,
I'm not.
Right, exactly. But those small little individual items that you make with tailoring are almost like an ore or an herb, right? Because they complement every other everything that you're making. It really it like you're always going to need it, is what I'm trying to say. Like, you're always going to need that, like, like
You're always going to need what it makes, and that's just the way that it works. And it was also something I decided, and this was day one of the expansion. I was like, I looked at the work order system. I had been looking at it very little on the beta. I was like, I don't like the look of this. I think I'm going to dislike the work order system. So I decided early on, I did not care how good it looked. I did not want to craft gear.
Yeah.
So I said, I'm going 100% regional auction house because that's what I believe in. That's what I wanted to do.
Yeah. Raw, just
that was
raw materials, raw things
Yeah.
that maybe
Everything that went on the regional auction house, I want to craft it.
So you went tailoring and enchanting. You said
Enchanting, yeah.
Have you shuffled at all this expansion, or
I
you?
I
more,
have,
or yeah,
but it's just not worth my time currently.
Okay.
It's not, the gold power is
huge,
not high enough.
Huge. Yep.
So but it's good. You can definitely do it.
So basically, you're sniping, like lower cost materials to then craft tailoring materials, I guess you could say.
And enhancements and bags.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And the way that it works, because of the way that I've set up my profession, is I focused on very specific things, like specific talents very early on. And I was doing like I guess like
What's your
next
what?
gen.
What's your what? What'd you specialize in tailoring?
From the start?
Yeah, no, I'm just like now, like what is your like?
I maxed out textiles and tailoring mastery.
Okay.
And those two are basically everything you need for crafted materials and enhancements and bags. Those three things.
Yep.
You can't make them any better when you're done with that.
Yeah. And the other aspect of tailoring is more of like the end game, like
there's the daily craft bolts, and then there's gear. Those are the two other ones.
Yeah. Have you dabbled into any of the gear? Have you seen how the gear is sold at all?
I've seen
like,
a lot of gear.
Yeah.
But I craft all the materials for the gear.
Exactly.
You're
the raw.
I'm also
you're the raw material
in the market.
Yeah.
But just not crafting the gear.
Yep. It's the same thing with like when I said before,
I knew the gear was going to be good, right? I knew. I just didn't want to participate in a market because it didn't seem fun with the work orders.
Yeah. No, and that's crazy too, because like that's the good thing about Dragonflight, right? Like you can choose a lane, and if you stick to that lane and you really put all your shit into that lane,
hard.
you can literally like the guy that recrafted and made a majority of my gear just sits in trade chat all day long because he made that spec and he made it catered to a certain demographic, and he is killing it because
there's a guy on my realm, which is Terran Mill, one of the biggest European servers. He has over 4,000 personal orders now. 4,000 completed personal orders.
You told me that last night, I think. Like he had like
3,800 at that point. But he's typing over 4K now.
Yeah.
That, I mean, we're talking, he probably at this point have easily 100 million.
Yeah, and I told you I lowballed it for tip wise per order, right? Depending on what you get or what he recrafts or whatever. Like
he's crafting blacksmithing stuff and elemental lariats. So jewel crafting, right?
Yep.
And he was charging, I mean, at least now he's charging like, I don't know, 20, 40K or something like that per craft when it's the first time, and then I think recrafts are free, but either way.
That's nuts.
He's
made the best part
over
is
100 million for sure.
Oh, easy. And
for sure.
It's not his mats. There's nothing you sometimes you have to use a little bit of like your like the insignia or whatever it is.
No, the artisan's metal, but
right. But
in a lot of cases,
but besides that, like you're good. You just have to get up and have that plan at max, and then after you do that, you're fucking good to go.
But that's something that I did, but not a lot of other people did. I just went straight in, right? There's a lot of things that I had absolutely no idea how they worked, but I was just, when I got into the expansion, I'm just gonna face roll this and go hard. Right?
Yep.
So early decision was I looked at unraveling and I saw, okay, well, there's 5 different types of cloth. What do they do? Okay, let's unravel all of them. Let's see what they get. So I got average numbers on what I could get from unraveling very early on, right? So I started unraveling hundreds of thousands of cloth. And I make gold on awakened materials because of Frostbite and Wildercloth, which now everybody does, obviously.
Yeah.
So the profits are smaller. But still, that was one of those things that I did very early on, and I made millions on.
I wish I would have spent more time, not just like learning the different talent trees of my professions, but when I went out for the first week, I gathered each herb in each ore, and then I looked on the auction house to see right now, right then, what's the max, the tier 3 of that going for. So when I went into like bubble poppy, right, or whatever the fuck it's called, like for example, I knew that was more,
the good one.
It was scarce, right? So
yeah,
like
it was hard to get.
I just hammered my way into that subcategory of like herbalism, but at the same time, my dumbass, and this is a good tip for you guys too, man. What mining and skinning and herb have in common is there's a different talent tree for you to stay on your mount while you're gathering that. So like I thought the same thing that I just maxed out on mining to stay on my mount to mine whatever, it'd be the same, like subcategory of this and that, whatever. It was completely false. Like it was a whole different, they have no comparison with each other. Each profession has no like
you can't compare them.
They're completely
that's
different.
Actually,
they're completely
I'm gonna tell
different.
you right now. I was talking about this earlier today about profession stats, right?
Yeah.
Profession stats are different in every profession. The amounts that you can get are different, right? The way that you have to calculate them is different depending on how much skill you have, how many talent, knowledge points, and all this stuff that you have, right? So it's just, there won't be a thing that, oh, you just got to do this and
yep,
bish bosh, you're done.
Yeah, they make you work for it. I love that.
They make you actually pay attention.
Dragonflight in itself, that's why I love it so much. It makes you really work and go back into like.
This is exactly what I want for professions.
Yeah, I don't want to say paying attention, but you have to really, really like pay attention. Like you
have to figure it out.
You have to find your lane about what you want to do and what gold you want to make, and then you have to really just hone in on that and just dive really deep into that like subcategory.
Something that was super boring about, for example, Shadowlands was all that I could tell people was, you know what? If you want to make gold, make legendaries, and you'll make gold.
Yeah.
That's it. You don't have to worry about anything else. It's a wrap. It's done. Craft legendaries. You're good. And you could get that pretty easily in a lot of cases. And I'm like, okay, well, if you don't want to do legendaries because it's semi-expensive to get into, do mission tables.
Yep.
And that's it.
Yep. I mean,
that's it. Nothing else was good.
The greatest experience I've ever had. This is like mid coffee talk. And this is Shadowlands. This is me and I know Zan might know who this is, but Azeroth Bank. Azeroth. What's his name? I'm not sure. Is the WoW economy Reddit still pumping? Are they like going? Are they getting back up? Or,
it still goes. Yeah.
But we're on the same like by coincidence. The two top gold makers, and I'm not going to say myself, like whatever else, but I was making like stupid gold, but we were on the same realm together, and we used to whisper each other and be like, hey man, I'm going to be on at this time. If you're on at this time, I'm not going to compete with you because I know that we both know our shit and we both know what's going on. So like we would literally just like take turns, and it was okay to leave that 3 or 4 hour gap off and it hurt me because I was like, ooh, like I want to, I want to keep going. I want to keep going. Right. You know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you right now. I don't care. I don't give a shit. A lot of people in my community are like, yo, San, can we raise the price on that? Can we take it up? Nope. I don't care. Nope.
You can't now. You can't now. Because
but you can. You can still kind of do it.
You can.
Right? And there's people that try. But I the way that I see it, it's just like, it's not worth it for me.
It's not.
I just don't care.
And
I'm like, I'm posting it, whatever. I'm trying to make gold. Everybody's trying to make gold.
Yeah. So sometimes it's they say work smarter, not harder. But right now with the global economy, you just want to get everything out. Like
but you can still work smarter.
You can.
Because the thing is, like a lot of people, and that's been a thing all the time. But people are full on like, why are you undercutting, San? why are you pushing this market down? Well, okay, let me put it to you like this. I have 100 things of this thing, and I'm currently selling 10 an hour at 10,000 gold. If I put this down to 20% profit instead of 100% profit, I'm probably going to sell 100 of them an hour because one, people are going to try and reset it. Two, I'm not going to have any competition. Three, it's cheaper, so more people are probably going to buy it because it's cheaper and people are broke.
And four, you can really.
You
can do
when
it all
I
over
move
again.
gold
You
faster,
can do it all over again. You can do it all over again.
Exactly. When I know how fast things can sell, both because of resetters, but also just because of no competition.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah. 100%. 15 second intermission. Be right back. Talk to chat.
Yes, I will.
Don't tell them a story about me, or you can. Be right back.
I will. My least favorite profession, Vel, is... I'm sorry it's any engineering fans out there, but I do not like engineering. I've never liked it. I never have. I don't like it. Yeah, fuck that dick. Well, I get it. I understand. But it's a lot of back and forth. But I think the game has been pretty good so far. One thing I do want to talk about, I actually talked about this myself too, but I want to talk about what we think is going to happen.
Okay.
In Dragonflight. That's actually something I want to talk to you about.
What are we talking about? What's going on?
What we think is going to happen with professions, like what are the updates going to be? Because it's a completely new system. We don't know what they're going to do. We're used to them being like, okay, well, when we get a new zone, we're most likely going to get new materials, new recipes.
Yeah,
new crafted
gear, new whatever. Yep.
I mean,
I think it'll be rep gated. I think they might add it to like,
but again, we know that Blizzard wants, or currently is making professions in a way that they want it to be a pillar of gameplay, major pillar of gameplay.
Yeah.
Like PvP, like PvE, and whatever else they consider a major pillar of gameplay. So we know that they want to make the content last. They will time gate it 100%.
I hope they do, man.
100% they will. And the other thing is, whatever new content, you're not going to be able to do it immediately, even if you have grinded your ass off in preparation for it. You're not.
Yeah. Like
because obviously you can have an advantage, right? Because in PvE, if you are fully mythic geared from this raid, and you go into the new one, in normal you'll smash it easily, probably.
And heroic,
pretty far into heroic too,
probably, yeah.
Right, and I imagine that's going to be the same thing for professions. If you're already maxed out, if you have the best profession gear, if you have a shit ton of knowledge points, then maybe you're gonna have an easier time getting to the new stuff. You know what I mean?
I do, and that's the biggest part about why I'm thoroughly enjoying this, because you don't know, like nobody knows, right? Like you can have like an avenue.
It's the same with the content.
Yeah.
What the fuck is the new zone gonna be? What are we gonna do?
Yep.
I don't know.
Nobody knows, and that's why like the unknown in like
we're gonna fight some big ass dragons, but that's it.
Yeah. Like relearning or like trying to like get back into WoW and then not having like a set in stone. Every other expansion was like, do this, do that, do this, do that, do this, do that, do this. You're done. You got it. Whatever. Now it's like,
here's a bunch of shit you can do. Do you want to do it?
Right. And if you want to do it, you have to really do it. Like even with herbing and mining, I'm gonna spend.
You gotta go hard.
I'm gonna spend another month to max everything out completely, right? Because like the profession knowledge and like all these other things that like give you all the other like little like hole in the wall like talents that you never picked up when you first started putting them into whatever, you're going to have to do that at some point, because who knows what, they're going to produce, or like what other add-on to WoW, is going to like benefit that. So like, I love it.
But that's also, I'm going to tell you, this is what I tell people all the time. Learn to make gold without add-ons. Because every single expansion launch, like so many add-ons are completely broken. The amount of people in my community that were like, oh my God, what do I do? DSM doesn't work. Oh my God, I can't figure out my profit. What do I do? You have a calculator on your PC. Use your phone.
Figure it out. Do some research. Go do some research.
Figure it out.
I'm so lost with what to do in general. I have not even done a single mythic. It is on my to-do list, overload. I have not even looked at my professions tab either, and that's completely okay. You know why? Because
it's okay, man.
I was a big PvP guy too, and I've done zero PvP because just the PvE aspect of Dragonflight now has got me so involved, and I have so much to learn about certain things that like earlier expansions, you could do them all together. Does it make sense? You could literally like do PvP, PvE, you could gold make, you could do whatever, and like you could get by doing this, but you really have to hone in and really lock into what you want to do and what you want to, and then really just like master that. You have to master that.
And this is what Tammy is saying that too. What no one is talking about is that some people, a lot of people make wrong decisions. No one is helping them. And to that, I want to say, if everyone got help all the time, no one is going to push themselves into uncomfortable decisions.
Yep.
If you never have to make your own decisions, you're never going to get good at anything. You're all like, if you rely on other people
100%
all the time, you're always going to be behind.
Yeah, that's just how it is. They say being uncomfortable makes you, at a time after the fact, comfortable, because you have to go out and do shit and go, like really just grind a certain aspect of the game at the moment that you really want to, like,
if you're not willing to take the risk or make a wrong decision, you'll never find out.
100%.
If it's good or bad, you'll never find out.
1,000%.
But what I did, I farmed dirt piles for 40 hours. Did I know that was going to be good? Fuck no, I didn't. Yeah. But I found out along the way that it turned out to be very, very good.
Yeah.
Right? But I was like, I'm doing this. This sounds, feels good. I'm doing it. I don't care.
Same. And when I went out and I mined like endlessly and just mining, what I got from it was mediocre. It was okay. It was selling well, but the rousing, the fire, the air, all of these things that I could combine to make, like the big boy. And then I'm looking on the auction house and I'm like, dude, I would have never known that had I not just gone out and put the time in to go grind and just go do simple shit and then click on it.
I love the fact that I can't open Wowhead and get an answer to all of my questions.
Yep. Because
it's just like, bro, I don't have to do any work ever. I don't have to figure anything out ever, because there's always someone else that's going to tell me how to do something. It's just like, I don't.
We want it, but we don't want it. Does that make sense, chat? Like we want it. We want the answers, but like we would much rather go do it ourselves and figure it out. And then
if you don't want to put in the effort, right? If you're not willing to take the chance, you are not ever going to be one of the people that are making shit tons of gold.
100%.
You're not. You could still make a very pretty penny. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Yep. But you're not going to be the front players making it before everyone else gets to it.
And that's why Dragonflight's so good, because nobody fucking knows still to this day. Nobody knows what is going to be.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Nobody knows what the cash cow is. Nobody knows.
There's no cash cow. It's just play the fucking game.
Yep.
And what I keep telling people, and I told people this in Shadowlands too, I fucking hate participation trophies. It's like they're spitting in my face. Like, what do you mean participation trophy? If I didn't win, I didn't win.
100%.
I'll get better next time, man.
Yep.
Like, holy bro. The way that I see it when it comes to gold making, I don't want training wheels. If you want training wheels, do gathering.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Farm some gold.
If you want to get down to it and figure it out for yourself,
if you want to get down
and
to do the business,
you go craft and you might lose 50K, but you go craft and you see what the fuck happens, or you go do this and you see what happens, or you go do this and you see what happens, and then you see how it sells, and you see like what people want or what they need and what really sells and like what really just like pushes you to the top of like, oh damn, like this might be one of those commodities or one of those items. Like you said, like with tailoring, like you're not making gear, but that individual item that you're making all the time is going to be used in everything that the big boys craft. So they're always going to want it. They're always going to need it.
Vibrant polishing cloth is a finishing reagent that people use
start
to
over.
make elemental
Start
area.
over. Hold on. Where's my notepad at? Okay, yeah.
So listen.
Yep.
I can make, as a tailorer, I can make vibrant polishing cloth.
Okay.
That is a finishing reagent that you can use in jewel crafting, and people usually use it for the elemental lariat, which means every single time that a spark of ingenuity is up, the demand for that item skyrockets.
But listen to me, Zan. You know why you went through that process to learn that, but you saw in not only trade chat but whatever that the elemental lariat is the best in slot for not one character or two or three.
That's experience.
But like
it's full on experience.
It's going through the process to get to that point. That's the biggest you know, like you have to learn what is popular, what is hip, what is everybody buying, what is everybody getting recrafted, what do I need to make to like let it go? No,
it's because Tammy is saying, I just feel like Blizzard went too far, alienating the average player who has no clue. And to that, I have something to say.
Me too.
If you're an average player, you do not have very many hours a day, and you don't have time to do what, for example, I'm doing.
Yeah.
You don't. You're just never going to be at the level that I'm at.
Tammy,
I'm not clapping my own cheeks. I'm just
great
saying
question, by the way.
That's how it is. It's a very good question.
Literally, yeah.
But what I want to say is, you need to know where you are, right? If you don't have a lot of time, if you don't know a lot about it, you have to start there. If you are a baseline, you can still do 2x4s. You can still farm, right? And make decent gold. You can easily make enough gold to be able to pay for your game time every month, right? You can
100%.
Easily do that with gathering.
100%.
Right?
100%.
You don't need to know all these fancy things. It's a matter of knowing like how much do you want and how do you get there.
And the big thing is too is like previous expansions, it was not like this, right? There was not a longevity or like a gap of time where we had to wait this long as gold farmers or like crafters to know what is really going on. But if you're just joining the game or you're just trying to whatever, you can pick up herb and mining and go level and go whatever and hit every node that you see along the way, and you'll sell that every day easily for 50K, like literally just like 50K. Now where it comes into like, you know, like you have to make sure that
when you're leveling mining and herbalism, you can make 20 to 30K now today.
Easy. And that's that's the easiest way, because every time, and Zan's the same way I am, we always like, if you're brand new to the game, pick up 2 gathering professions. You know, skinning is it's awful because you can still get, I think, from killing mobs, you get the same kind of materials that you would from skinning. And I don't know, right? So I don't really really know that like skinning is like bad.
Skinning is good. But the problem with skinning is you have to go out of your way to do skinning. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like you have to find specific spots to farm skinning.
Yeah.
Or you have to do it with other people.
Certain mobs, certain things.
It is much more reliable, much easier just to do mining and herbalism.
It is. And it's, I mean, like I used to get my rocks off on I had an add-on where every time I would sell something on the auction house, it would make the cha-ching sound, whatever, like whatever.
TSM does that now.
And now you don't even need it, because when you urban, you mine, and you don't need that for your own personal. You post it up, don't even look. I don't look at undercutting or whatever else, or like the price, because it's irrelevant now. Like the global economy is there's 3,000 of this, like, you know, from
There's
just
so many.
Just the second buyer or the second seller like below you, they're having a whole ass stock. So like if you just want like gold, and
you can get it.
You can get it.
It's easier than ever before.
Easily.
But I also do want to say, I get where you're coming from, Tammy. Like, I understand, right? But let me put this into perspective. If we're talking about the real world, right? The average person is not going to be able to do day trading. They're not, right? Sure, they could probably figure it out with a lot of practice and experience and education, but the average person is not going to start out being absolutely fucking crazy at it. They're not. The average person could go out, get you know, an average job or a mid-level job and make decent money. But they could not do a specified job or a specified thing that makes a shit ton of money from the beginning. Now, I know this is a game, but because of the fact that the economy works the way it does and the market is the way that it does, you have to treat it as a real thing. You can't just say, oh, well, this is a game, man. Is this a game? It doesn't matter. There's millions of people that play this game. There's hundreds of thousands of people that use the auction house every single day. It's as real as an economy as the stock market is.
It is.
Or as a currency is.
And we're not being biased when we say, like,
you have to treat it like
we're giving advice and we're trying to like help you guys out. But like, we've been playing game for over 18 years for myself. Zan, I think like 16 years or whatever else.
15,
so like
16 years.
So we've learned throughout each expansion what works, what doesn't work, what do you do, what
happens, all this stuff.
But the cool thing is like Dragonflight almost, and Zan can compliment this, but like it reset that whole thought process that we had, because yes, there are ways to make gold and there's this, but it's so different, and like we don't know. That's the best thing. We don't know what is going to be the big boy. We call it the big boy. We don't know what's going to be like the big like, oh shit.
You can have an idea and you can guesstimate, but at the same time, so many things are going to be good. And especially it's also based on like the expansion and how people are enjoying it and whatever else.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you something, with the roadmap that they have, considering the fact they want to put 6 patches out this year, 4 of them being 0.5 patches, obviously.
Don't
like
jinx
minor
it,
patches.
Zane. Do not jinx
no,
it,
but
brother.
2 major patches.
I know.
Listen.
Listen
to me.
I love it. I love
listen,
it.
This is different. Now it's different because I have inside information. Right? So I just don't, I'm not sitting here hopeful. I know what's happening because I'm being told what's happening.
Yeah, what's going to come out. Yeah.
Right?
And that's the thing. Because
every
every expansion that we've played, whether we come back from a hiatus or whatever, we always enjoy WoW, right? But like after the first 2 or 3 weeks, we're always like, what are we doing now? Like what?
I'm gonna tell you right now,
you just
Blizzard would not publicly tell you a roadmap of what they're going to do this year if they didn't have at least half of it already done. Pretty much.
I'm excited, man. I'm really like
I'll tell you, I'm gonna be honest right now. There's absolutely no fucking shot. But again, I understand why people are skeptical. I understand why people are, feel the way that they do, considering the shit stain that we just had in Shadowlands. I 100%.
If anyone's gonna be skeptical, it's us, bro.
It's especially me, because I played.
You played through thick and thin. Like literally, just like when it wasn't good, you still like, I don't want to say like struggled through it, but like you were still there to like.
I found out different ways to enjoy the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you just like literally just like found a different avenue to whatever. Like Cardbin. Now we can finally play the game. Yeah, I'm casting Mocking Blow.
But that's also like. One of the biggest things that happens all the time with WoW is people get upset when they can't play 8 hours a day every day all year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Games aren't designed for you to do that. If you are not enjoying the content, sure, you can voice that opinion, but just stop playing, man. I understand not wanting to stop playing. I totally get that. Having played the game myself straight for 15 years. but
Yeah.
there is a point where it's completely okay playing other games or just not enjoying it.
And on
it's
that,
completely fine.
on that note too, it's like typical expansions or early expansions, you could casually play, and if you maxed out certain professions or certain things, you could come back and you could make great gold doing that. But now that
that's still going to be the case.
Dragonflight is so like
you're still going to be able to do that, just in a different way.
You will be able to, but it's so like there's so many things that are like more in depth to like you know figure out that like it might come off as really like really like dude, what am I doing, dude? Like I literally just like got on and I'm supposed to be like, do I mine? Do I herb? Yeah, you're gonna pick the smallest herbs, the rank 3 or 4 in mine, whatever. But once you get to a point where like you start like honing in on your specific craft, you can make gold doing that. And honestly, like all of them, you can do that. And we don't know still to this day what's gonna be like the big, you know, like again, cash cow. But here's the cool thing, right? Even if we found the cash cow now, you can't just on a whim flip the script and go over and do it. Like you have to have like you just have to like see, like when I was like getting my pieces made for my warrior, I knew that like every single time in trade chat, this was the common piece and this was the common whatever. So I went back, got my notebook out, and I'm like, this piece may be best in slot for you know 6 characters in the game. And what do you have to do? And what can I do? And what do I have to farm? And what do I have to actually collect to maybe like complement that, right? Because like I know it's like there's a lot of knowledge that goes into the game.
Listen. The way that I want to put this together, right, is I'm reading what Tammy is saying again. I just kind of feel that if things get too complicated, my customers are going to disappear. So I sell less and earn less. That's why I want to dumb it down. So to put this in a way, at least in a different perspective again, the customers that you think are going to disappear, they're already not there. They're already not doing it because they've already decided ages ago that they don't care. The people that are there now want to do it, right? And even if it was a lot easier, a lot more simple, then there would still be people that don't want to do that thing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And it's still going to be there. And it's the perspective, right? And the thing is, like, there's all like as long as people are playing this game, you're going to have customers. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how annoying the system is. People are going to do it.
Frankly, the time you spend and the energy that you put in and the knowledge and the research that you do in whatever profession that you choose to go through with, you're going to be able to find an avenue to make gold with that, if it makes sense. Yeah. Right. So like it might, like earlier expansions, whatever else was like, do this, do that, I get rewarded. Do this, do that, you get rewarded. Do this, do that, you get rewarded. But now it's like it's gated by either like rep or the full just giant talent tree of professions that you don't put 1 or 2 and you get another one. It's fucking 40 and 30 and 20 and 30 and you go all over the place. So like you don't know if this orb or this like whatever it is.
Is going to be good or that going to be good or whatever.
We don't know. We have no idea still.
First of all, new expansion. Second of all, regional auction house. We've never seen a new expansion launch with a regional auction house. We've never seen an expansion launch with revamped professions on a regional auction house.
Facts.
So all the things that we used to know, we can't necessarily use them anymore. Right?
You can't.
And the other thing is, again, right? There will always be buyers. And I'll tell you right now, yes, the work order system has a lot of issues. If they make a lot of great improvements, which are going to take time and testing and thought and feedback, when they make those changes, sure, it's going to be good, right? But the buyers are still going to be there. yeah, maybe you'll have a couple more buyers, but then there's more people that would have left at that time anyway.
You're gonna have the most amount of buyers. If somebody tells you,
it's gonna be there.
or Wowhead tells you, or your current guildmates or whatever that play your class tell you that, hey Skits, like Meet My Heat, shout out to him, changed my whole perspective on Fury Warrior. He's like, if you don't craft the neck and this weapon, it's our best in slot currently right now, and they're not doing any changes, and you need to make that right. My like what I would love to see happen, and it's gonna be like so off the wall, but like I'm not sure if they can do it. But when you go to the crafting table and you search on what you need to have crafted or recrafted, and they bring up the mats, I want the auction house connected to that.
Yeah, I mean that's something that I said that half a year ago.
I don't want to like, I can write it down and not be lazy and whatever else, but like it'll be so nice to just have that little. Yeah.
Let crafters tell you, this is what I can craft, this is what I need, this is how much you have to pay me.
Yeah.
That's it. That's a wrap. You don't need anything else.
Yeah.
That's all. That's like that would make the system much better than it is currently. But I mean, that's a whole nother talk on all the ways that you can make the work order system better. We know that Blizzard are looking at it. They actually made a post about it today. So.
Yeah, because it's like, I'm frustrated with it, obviously. I think a lot of us are, but like when you do it a couple times, you start to get the hang of it. But again, for a new viewer or a new player or a new whatever, and when you go there and you're like, what the fuck is going on? How do I even like maneuver like through this? Do I make it like a community order? Do I make it a personal order?
Yeah, exactly.
What do I do like as far
they
as
just
like
they need to make a lot of quality of life updates, and they're going to. They've already announced a bunch of them for 10.0.5.
Yeah.
So I believe that that's going to get to a great point much earlier than other old weird systems.
And this is all like shit that we're like knocking on WoW and Blizzard right now, but from a general standpoint,
I'm gonna be honest.
Dragonflight has
the
been
fact that the most annoying
most
thing for
fun.
me.
The
fact that the most annoying thing for me is the work order system is very, very good.
Yep.
Very good.
Yeah.
It's the work order system, and if they deleted that, bro, easy clap. But they're not going to delete it, obviously. They're going to keep working on it.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things where like you're like, oh, I want to buy an enchant, or I want to buy a weapon, or like it's already crafted. I'm gonna go to the auction house. No, you can't, bitch. You can't. I
definitely think that the work order should be another tab on the auction house. I definitely think it should. Having it completely separate is pretty fucking bad. Like, there should be a work order person at least next to the auction house. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially for the people that don't have a longboy. And then another thing, he said, but making crafting like PvP is going to turn a lot of people off. And the way that I see that is, if you're not up for the game, get the fuck out. Like, if you're not built for the system, that's just the way that it is.
Yeah.
Goldmaking has always been like this.
There's nothing wrong with it, but like it takes a lot to really like, you don't understand how, like, I don't have like big crafting like professions as far as like making gear or this or that, whatever, but I know a lot goes in to making a certain piece, whether it's PvP or PvE or whatever. So like there's a lot of work and effort on their end, on the back end, that just generally just does not, it's not as accessible, I guess what I want to say. Like look, when you go to the crafting orders or whatever and you try to do certain shit,
there's a lot that they could do.
There's 15 different fucking things and certain things that you have to,
you gotta realize that you don't get told anything, and like there's a lot of stuff obviously with the work orders.
Yeah, that, and it's like, for me, like my biggest pet peeve was like, I bought all the top tier mats for all the shit that I needed or I wanted to craft, and then I would get a message back from the crafter being like, "Don't do that. Do tier 2. Do this. Do that. Do whatever." And like, don't. But I don't mind that because I'm learning, right? I don't care about that. But I just wish there was some more like
the system definitely needs to be better. And they're working on it, and it's good to see. Like, the fact, I'll tell you right now, a lot of people are like, oh, they're not going to fix it until the last patch of the expansion. First of all, there are changes already coming in 10.0.5. Second of all,
you better knock on something.
Second of all,
find some wood. Find some wood and knock on it while you're talking.
Care.
Knock on it.
Listen, they're already communicating what they want to change on the work order system before the first patch of the expansion. Like, what do you mean? It looks great. Obviously, it could still turn around.
It sounds great too, Zan. But we've been through this.
The rain can come.
We've been through this.
But the thing is, Blizzard has not given me a single reason this far into Dragonflight to not trust what they're saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not a single reason.
You're very optimistic. So I like that. Yeah, you're just
so far.
You're literally, yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, we've been cucked literally by Blizzard many years, and I want to believe that, and I want them to roll out some small changes to improve the quality overall of the game.
I get it, but I also do want to say, I played 12 months in Shadowlands without a single content update. Okay, so for me, I am biased, right? Because I have a lot of fun with things that most people do not have fun with in the game.
Or you change it up. You change it up to
make it. I change it up. I do a bunch of different things.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's because I just like the game. I like a lot of what the game has to offer.
Yeah.
And not everybody does that, and I clearly understand that. But I'm just saying that, that's just where I'm at.
No, it's good on their part. Like honestly, like they are realizing now that the game's taken off.
The communication is awesome.
It's really
the amount of stuff they've done for creators is awesome. The amount of content that there is to do is awesome. The changes that they've made based on the feedback that they got during the beta, awesome. There's a lot. There's still things that are lackluster, but obviously it's because they're on a tight schedule. Obviously.
Yeah, but still though, I mean? Like I'm not knocking them. I'm gonna give them like the benefit of the doubt because like it's a brand new expansion and like. Yeah, they've tried to make it, I guess, right or like really enjoyable, like we were used to like having, and they fully fulfilled that. And everybody that comes back to WoW or has been playing WoW, like really enjoys the fact that when you get on, you first you level up and you're gonna have a good time no matter what, right? You're gonna go through the storyline, you're gonna whatever, and it's not about that because like. That was amazing, and I honestly like this is in my top 3 of like quest lines and everything else, and me saving every single little baby pet I could possibly save, every duck, every walrus, every fucking whatever. It was like, am I not going to do the quest? Like I'm 100%. Like this little baby whatever. Like I have to, whatever. It's not about that. It's about the month and the 2 months. Prior or like post, like the expansion that they have to see.
It feels great,
where
man.
They
it feels awesome.
They have to see where they need to make changes and hopefully, and I know, and I'm very confident. Again, in 18 years, like I always put my, like I'm exhausted putting my energy into WoW and Blizzard because I'm like, dude. You got it. Like we got it. This expansion's so good, and just fine tune a couple things and figure it out and whatever. But besides that, you guys crushed it, dude. You guys crushed it. Like I've never.
And I'm gonna be honest. There's still lots of chances for them to go wrong, right? 100%. But so far, it's good, man.
So far, so good. I've had.
And I'm gonna be honest. If it turns out shit and then after 2 months, I still enjoyed the game a lot for 2 months. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So even if it's not Cloud9, the entire expansion, that's okay.
It is.
But obviously if it is.
But here's the thing too, Zan, because like you're like primarily a gold farmer, gold maker, gold whatever, right? So like from a content standpoint, from like PvP, PvE, whatever, if it goes south or there's no changes or whatever, then from their point of view of WoW, of Dragonflight, of whatever, it might be exhausting.
Yeah, but that's also what I'm saying. I totally understand that.
Yeah, but
right? Because that's why I quit doing that content too, because I wasn't enjoying it in BFA, which is why I said, okay, I'm gonna go 100% gold making now.
Yeah.
It's what I enjoy.
No, I'm not. I'm not exhausted at all, Tammy. That's what I'm talking about. I've
intermission. Look at this photograph.
No, That's why
Every time I do it makes me laugh.
Jesus Christ, it's good to me. We literally, we turned the notifications off. We'll stream.
This is
We'll
how
stream later,
you
and
run.
I'm saying previous expansions have exhausted me when you get on, you level, you have a brand new character or your current character, and you level them up, and you do all this kind of stuff, and you're like so excited, and then like a month after that, you're like still having fun and still doing things, but there's no quality changes to the game. There's no fixes for things that everybody,
Even the best system in
publicly,
the game, it can't live forever. It can't.
yeah,
Right?
no,
Because like a lot of people look back at Legion and they're like, "Oh, Legion was so fucking good, man. It was my favorite expansion." There is so much dog shit in Legion, so much. The only reason it was okay was because they had consistent content updates and they gave people new shit to do.
and not only that, Zan, but like that's when the whole crew and the whole
I mean, they also
staff,
made Mythic Plus.
all of
I don't like it.
but like all of your friends and family or whoever played WoW with you was still around at that time, giving WoW that last shot. Does it make sense? Like WoW is always fun. WoW is always fun when you play with your boys or your friends, your family,
Yeah,
whatever.
I mean, obviously,
right?
sure.
So Legion, it was the breaking point of like, no matter how shit it is, I still have you to get on and log on with me and like play and
Yeah, but
like,
I mean,
go through,
obviously the best thing about Legion was the fact that there was so much content. We got a new patch every 77 days.
Yep. 100%.
Pretty much.
1,000% agree.
That's the reason
No
why
matter
Legion
what
so
it
good.
was. No matter what it was. No matter what it was. All right, Jesus Christ is good to me. There's a lot of things that need to listen and revamp. Making guilds worthwhile again, more achievement points, bring back more guild perks and levels, etc., etc. People spend a lot of time building up their guilds for a reason. Guild housing has been tossed around. That's true. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Because
Player housing in general.
Yep. It should happen. They need to make previous zones viable again. In the world, make it
questionable.
You know what? I actually agree with that, because when you
they've tried a lot of different ways.
When you zoom out and zoom out and zoom out and zoom out, you see all of the spots that you did play growing up to the game, right? So
what I have,
maybe it's a world event, maybe it's one boss, or maybe it's one something.
They already do that. Quest lines, you get teleported randomly back. You have time walking, right? You have chromie time, right? You can decide where you want to level. And I personally feel like, obviously, there's so much content out there for you to see. But at the same time, I don't feel like we should force a new player to play through every single one of the old zones before they can get to the new stuff.
I don't think it's about like the new player playing. It's like after we've
also for us.
Yeah,
also
like
for us.
But
I totally get it.
If we've done,
but what I mean, there's already so many systems. They've tried so many things. Maybe they've just not hit the right thing yet. But obviously,
but they did.
So many.
And I'm gonna boast WoW right now, because when I went through my Mythic Plus journey and I'm doing 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s,
they added
whatever,
old dungeons. Yeah.
They brought back. I'm in Halls of Valor with literally just like champions. What I'm like, holy fuck, man!
Yeah.
Like I literally remember this.
But that's exactly what I mean. Like time walking, like chromie time, like small things that bring you back to old zones.
Yeah,
they've already been doing that, but it's more. It's more. We know that people want new stuff to do. They not at obviously people like different things.
Go Pete, Tammy.
Right.
Keep going.
So it's a lot of back and forth, but I get the whole wanting to use old zones because they're there. Why shouldn't we use them?
Use them. I want an excuse to go back and
yeah, I know.
I just want.
But that's why a lot of people do collecting and achievements. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But like in the current, because you have Dragonflight and we're all on this same continent together and we're all doing our own shit. But it's at the same time, if you tab out twice, you see the whole map of everything that
100%.
Right. Like we see what it came from. So I'm not saying add a bunch of different this, that, whatever, but like maybe like put in a random, like mini boss or something Just you know how many people, Zan, have never seen the old WoW? Like now,
lots of
if
people.
they've joined Dragonflight and they just got the game or whatever, they're playing it.
Tons of people.
They don't know what the Badlands are. They don't know what Arathi Highlands are. They don't know what Alterac Valley is. They don't know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they don't know, like, so.
But I totally understand that. But it's also just, you have to make a decision of, like, what do we focus on? New interesting content, zones, lore, or reusing what we've already shown people?
They can, but who's?
I'm not saying they shouldn't do it. I'm just saying that.
I know, but you
slowly been testing things and trying
100%
and seeing how people like it. And based on that, they make decisions for future content.
Yeah.
That's why we have some of the old dungeons be Mythic Plus now. That's why we have time walking. That's why we have Chromie time and why they added Shadowlands to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I agree. And they're getting there type shit. But like, I think I'm so like butthurt because like we knew and we grinded through all the old shit. Like we walked out of Ironforge. We walked out of, like certain, whatever. Yeah. So like, like to have like a seasonal event for like Christmas or whatever. And like you go back and get a hat or whatever, like cool. But I like there has to be.
I get it. They could do more.
There has to be a way to reintegrate all of, I mean, shit, bro. Like 70% of the fucking map, if we're going to talk about it. Like you know what I'm saying?
They could definitely do some more stuff.
And I don't know what it is.
And this is what we can go back to again. They did that in Cataclysm, right? They redesigned to keep up with the current style of the game. They remade a lot of old zones because they had to make it with the new graphics, with the new quest lines, to make it work.
Right.
That's what they did. The amount of people that absolutely fucking despised that was insane. Like so many people hated it, and I understand why.
From a new player standpoint, or like the OGs, like or both. Was it just like a?
No, it was both. It was both new. Like new players had never seen the old stuff, right? But usually it was just the people that knew what the old was.
My heart hurts.
It sucks. Obviously, it sucks not having the old dead mines. I hate not being able to hear. Hey, you there? Check out that noise.
Yeah.
Like I hate not being able to hear that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's the good thing about having Classic now, right? We have Classic Vanilla, Classic TBC, Classic RAF, and people get the chance to go back and do that content.
I'm going to use the restroom.
So.
Stay on that topic because I don't like the reason or how they broke up the WoW fam with that. I don't know how. Okay, I'll be right back. Yeah, well, you better keep bubbling. Read Rhodes' comment. See what you got with that. Let me see what we got here.
Vel, it's unlocked. It's unlocked on alts, but I don't know if you can buy recipes on an alt. I don't know if that's one of the things that also is unlocked for alts. But you can walk over on an alt and see if you can buy it from the vendor. But most likely you can't. I think specifically for buying recipes, I think you need it on the actual character. But I'm not 100% sure on that, so don't quote me. Highest eye level gear should come from rating, as the highest levels are like Mythic Plus, so you should not be able to get high eye level raid gear from your weekly vaults. Mythic Plus should be revamped and better be lesser eye level gear or equivalent to heroic rating or less, or have it like PvP. Mythic Plus gear activates in dungeons like PvP gear does. I get the feeling of that, but the thing is, the reason that they made the weekly vault system was because of the fact that they tested it out with the average player base, and the vast majority liked it, right? And the thing about it is your average player is not going to do mythic rating at the highest level. I get it if you're that kind of player. I totally understand that, but they're catering to the majority.
The casuals.
From what they see and the feedback that they get. They have to, because those are the people that matter the most. It's not that your opinion doesn't matter, because obviously they design the game around a high tier level. Of course they do. That's where everything trickles down from. But they still have to make those things that make, regular players, regular Joes,
or brand new players feel happy, welcome and accepted.
And the weekly vault,
and not
I'll tell you right now, the weekly vault is something that was really, 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 really positively taken to. A lot of people like the weekly vaults. Obviously, it's had its issues. Obviously, don't get me wrong.
I also believe,
but it's been made a lot better.
Super controversial. The highest eye level gear should come from rating, and its highest.
Is what I was talking about.
Levels. Okay. So before I even read the rest of this, I agree, Road, because we come from the old WoW. We come from the old where you had to go grind and go out in the Badlands and on a 12-hour timer, you might have been able to tame Broken Tooth as a hunter and get him as your pet, or if you went into BWL for the Rocktalar and the bow and the staff and whatever, like you had to really, 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 really grind to get that. But what I do love about Dragonflight
the next one is even. Oh, this is very specific.
The classic they have not out is anywhere near the same. They should have kept the classic release, just the classic only, and not release the entire game. Essentially, I think Blizz should be focused on retail a lot more,
to say about this.
And not splitting their efforts on two of the same. Honestly, I agree with that. I really agree.
I disagree heavily.
Okay. They should make the game very, very good again, and then just focus their efforts more. I agree, though, that they have been taking great strides. Yep, I respect it. Dragonflight is a perfect example of that. It is. It's more. It's kind of molding with the professions and the class changes and everything else. Yeah. Oh, I got you. But like It's a nice happy medium of both, if it makes sense. Like it's a very like
it's down to earth.
You want to play retail? Cool. You can play Dragonflight, but bitch, this ain't like click, you're good, you're done, whatever. Like it really.
Let me give them 2 cents. Are you ready for the 2 cents?
Go baby.
So listen.
Go baby.
First, Roadski, I want to say, the reason that they re-released the classic release was because they had to introduce it onto the Battle.net launcher. They had to introduce it to all the people that play retail. They had to, because that's what they want to do. It's a business, it's a company, they want to make money. They had to do that, right? And to the second part of it, Blizzard is focusing as much, maybe even more than before on retail with all the hires that they've obviously done and restructuring the company and fixing the obvious issues they had, we all know. And I do want to say they're not splitting their efforts because it's two completely different teams. The people that work on retail are different from the people that work on classic. They're completely different teams. So they're not lowering efforts on retail by increasing classic. They're actually filling out the dead periods of retail with classic and vice versa, right? So people can do both things. They're actually not even doubling down. They're specifically scheduling it so it works like that. So
I agree too.
Retail isn't where it is because of the fact that they've spent less time on classic or more time on classic or vice versa. It has nothing to do with each other, right? The thing is, the other thing, classic or any of the re-releases that they could have ever done, it's never, ever, ever going to be the same. It's old systems that worked in old ways. They had to redesign it to fit in with new hardware, new software, new systems.
New people.
Can't
Zan,
ever.
New people.
Yeah.
They had to cater. They had to cater to the new world. To the new world. Yeah, you're absolutely
you're not on a fucking square monitor, right? On a block PC that lags at 10, 15 frames when you're walking in the main city. You're not on there anymore. It's obviously a much better experience now as a gameplay experience. It's not going to feel the same because it isn't the same.
It didn't
right?
at all. And I'm going to say that right
now.
It's
not ever going to do that.
Yeah, it's like it's honestly two different games. Like classic.
Like
classic
it's
to
not
retail.
like buying an old game console. It's not like buying a PlayStation 1 and playing the game on the PlayStation 1. It's not. It can't be. Because it's an online game that constantly gets updated and gets changes. You cannot have that same experience ever again. And even if you had the old gaming console, and even if you had that old game, it still wouldn't be the same. Like when I play Pokemon now, I care about different things. I understand it differently. I like you know what I mean?
Yeah, times have
Times are different.
changed, and yeah, it's like,
And I think it's
don't
actually good.
yeah, I don't think, yeah, it is, but I don't like the fact that like people have to choose whether they're old school or new school between playing classic or Dragonflight. I feel like Dragonflight
They don't.
would really,
They don't.
but they do choose. They think that they know or they want one thing or the other, and I don't mind that, because like if you want the nostalgia and you want to play and you want to smack orgs for 45 minutes to gain a tenth of a level in the middle of wherever, then you can do that. But like it's really like the game is doing so well now, and I'm so invested in WoW that like I think that if they had some kind of like, I don't know, like not integration, but like they try to push people over to Dragonflight.
They do,
because
they already do that.
Because they have to know.
They do that with cross promotions. That's why when they have their packages of game time and like bundles and shit like that, there's some classic, and there's some retail.
Yeah, 100%.
Right?
But
they can't really do much else.
I want them to send the message that even though Dragonflight's brand new and it's retail, it's very much a very new experience for all of us, right? Like, does it make sense? Like, literally, like
I understand.
We're not picking up from like the last expansion and just like doing our due diligence and fucking rocking and rolling. Like,
but no matter how well they do that, matter how well they do that, when people search up World of Warcraft, what they see, this came out in 2004, right?
Yeah.
And that's just the way that it's portrayed. It doesn't matter what they try and say. People make up their mind very quickly about those things.
Yeah. No, I'm more salty, and I'm not like neglecting the fact that you can play whatever you want to play, because you can, and you can do whatever. But like, I know that this new WoW in retail is so different, and they went back to almost the classic trees of everything. That I would much
rather, a lot of inspiration.
I would much rather see them like really just like full head, kind of push or promote, like people getting on Dragonflight, because like I've never seen anything like this before in my entire like. It got back.
No, but I mean, honestly, if you've been paying attention to their socials, they have.
Yeah, but like. Zan,
and the ads that they've done,
we've never
celebrities and
100%. But we've never seen a talent tree in not only our character classes but professions and
100%.
But the economy, but like every single fucking thing. I don't think I didn't come back and I didn't recognize anything that was the same, right? Like everything has changed, and it's back.
They changed up the UI, they changed up the interface, they changed up the professions.
100%.
The auction house been changed.
It's grindy. It's fucking grindy. It's grindy.
I mean, WoW is always.
And what do you compare that to? Grindy. Classic WoW. That's my point. Like, I literally love the fact that like it kind of
a different kind of grinding.
It is, but it resembles a lot of like what we used to go through like in classic, and like grind up through different like like professions or character wise, and like it took a long time to figure shit out.
Yeah.
And that's where we are now.
But that's also where we are now. People didn't know what the fuck to do, because you didn't have data miners, you didn't have Wowhead, you didn't have all these add-ons, you didn't have all these things.
All right, tell me the dumbest shit you've ever done in WoW. I'm gonna go first, okay? I leveled my first character was a dwarf hunter, because the original cinematic for WoW was the dwarf hunter with the big giant bear going over Ironforge. Yeah. So I was like, yo, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I've never played it. I'm gonna play that guy. Dude, I went 45 levels, not knowing that I had to actually buy arrows or ammunition for. It's changed now, but I didn't know that hunters needed Like actually, you had to go back and buy a quiver, and you had to buy
Well,
arrows, and you had
it's
to
also
buy,
like, how are you supposed to
fucking,
know
like,
when you're just, you're just playing? You have a weapon you can punch with, and
that
and
was the
shoot
best.
and
Right.
slice with.
I would melee him.
So,
I would melee him with my rifle. I would
but
melee him for 10.
there's also for me, right? For example, what I did is I had a night elf hunter, and I was in the graveyards of Duskwood, and I from level 28, we're talking Wrath, from level 28 to 42, I think, I killed undead over and 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 over again.
Yeah.
For weeks, I did that. Literal weeks. Even when they barely gave me experience, I was like, yeah, I want to do this.
You're just like, yeah, I just see the thing pop up, and
Oh my, that thing with from My Bad You Died.
All right.
Yeah.
I feel like with old WoW, it was much easier to make friends. 100% correct. Before I even keep going, or people to play with on a daily basis versus now. I have a couple friends who I've been friends with for 16 to 17 plus years. I've met in a game.
I have something to say about
way back
this.
when, even though they no longer play, we still are friends to this day, and I feel the community is pretty different between then and now. It is.
Yes.
And before Zan goes, it's not because of you or your family or your friends or what you guys came up on. It's the quality of what WoW has become over the last 10 years, right? So there's no shame, and there's no nothing about them not wanting to play or moving on or playing different games. But I agree, like, that was the best part about WoW.
I have
because
something to say
absolutely. You got on with your boys and your friends or whatever, and you knew that, whatever. To Zan.
The thing about that is the reason why it felt so good at that time, and this is my 2 cents. The reason that it felt so good was because one of the many reasons why so many people liked WoW early on was that was a online world you could go into and play with your friends. There was pretty much and there's really not that many other games that you could do that in the same way. Like, WoW back then was
the
top of the line. They were one of the only ones that were doing it the way that they were.
Yep.
Right? So especially for me, I couldn't get that experience from anything else. WoW was the only game that I could get it to be like that. Right? I could not communicate with people that way in a game that felt like that in any other game. Today, Counter-Strike, Fortnite, League, fucking, the list is astronomically long, right? Yeah. So people get impacted, and they start and they stick with so many different games. That just was not the case.
I agree.
When I started and when you started, it wasn't.
I agree.
It was a different time.
Yeah, it was.
I feel like that is also probably the biggest reason as to why it isn't the same anymore. You know what I mean?
I do. And we used to sit old school WoW wise, and we used to separate professions because we knew that we were all going to be online, and we knew that people needed different things. So we used to whether you needed bags or you needed potions, or we had to have a lock for summons or whatever. Everybody would clock in, right? Everybody would clock it and check in at that time, and they knew that we were gonna do this or that or whatever the fuck else. You know what I'm saying? So it was the community aspect of it was super,
it was the way that it was because
huge.
of the time. Because of the time that it was, because of how far ahead WoW was with the software that they had in the game that they had, that was why it worked like that.
And just general speaking as far as the attention span of people now, and whether they like it or not or whatever else, there wasn't anything else. I mean, there were a couple other good games when the OG gangster WoW was out, and it was just pumping whatever.
But nothing like WoW.
But there was nothing ever. And anybody that asked me ever yo, what do you play? I'm like right now, WoW, MMORPG, there's nothing else like it. There's no other thing. The only thing
you had was EverQuest or RuneScape.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? And those were completely different experiences from what WoW was. So you couldn't have, in a lot of cases, the same experience in any other game. And these days, I mean, you got, I don't know, I can't even name all the games that are out there.
Facts.
So
yeah, it's like speaking of alt friendly, I would also like to see all reputations be account bound.
Yes and no.
If you reach Exalted on one of your tunes, they should be on all alts. That excludes all previous expansion reps. And I am with you too, Zan. Yes and no. Yes. Yes
they've
for
done
certain
it
things.
Perfectly. They've done it perfectly in Dragonflight. All the cosmetic shit is account wide. Almost all of it.
Yep.
But the things that matter and that have an economical impact are not. And that's the way it should be.
I 100% agree.
I don't think it should be any different.
There's no reason I should grind up reputation for Rathion or anybody else and get Exalted and then unlock a 398 neck piece and then get on my alt and then I just scoot over and go grab it. Fuck no. The other like pieces of, you know, like transmog or like even like the dragon gear,
if
whatever.
If it's cosmetic or transmog, toys, whatever.
I'm all with that. I'm all with that.
Go with it.
But character by character, there needs to be some kind of, not grind, but if you want certain things that are specific to your character or like you really want to get, you have to grind for that. You know what I'm saying? And I do, yeah, like, yeah. But
I agree, but disagree.
They crushed it because like
they did really well.
If you want like anything like cosmetic wise or T-Mog or any like even like pets. I don't mind even pets. Like you shouldn't be able to. Why would you want?
No, but pets go account wide anyway. It doesn't matter.
Right. Exactly.
You know
so
I mean?
like it's the same kind of shit. But there's no reason that like. You know, you can level up so fast and then spend a day or two grinding up reputation for a certain faction, and then you unlock that after you worked your ass off, and then you're supposed to get on your other alt and then just go to that vendor and pick up all the things that. Nope. In my personal opinion, I'm not sure if Zan agrees or not, but like I don't.
From an economical standpoint, I don't want people to be able to unlock everything from reputations when they matter so much for the economy. If that wasn't connected to reputations, sure, go ahead. But considering the fact that it is, I don't want that. Because think of it like this. Right now, you can get, in a lot of cases, 5 to 10 knowledge points from your renown, right?
Yeah.
If you could log on all your alts and get that immediately, that would be trash. Dog shit.
100%.
It'd be terrible.
You max it out. You max it out on one character, and then you just get on all of your other.
But you get a crazy reputation bonus, right? All the things that are cosmetic and all, like for example, if you unlock magic bound chests for Dragon's Expedition at 16 renown on all your alts, you can take them immediately at level 1.
And I like that.
Yeah,
give you a little bit of you worked your ass off and this and that and whatever, but like I'm not going to feed you all of the vendors that I went through on my main to grind that up on my main, and you should be able to log on your alt and then go visit all of them and then just pick up all the gear. This is
the crazy thing again.
Scot-free.
The only reason that you want that is because it looks good right now. It won't look as lucrative. It won't look as good if it was like that already. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know that sounds weird.
No, it doesn't at all.
But like,
doesn't at all.
That's the way that I feel about it. You know, because like if you could get everything, it wouldn't matter the way that it does currently. You want that shit because it's hard to get on your alts. But if it wasn't, you know.
100%. I feel people were more helpful back then, as well as helped random people just because they could do lull or even make gear for guildies because we needed it for raiding, and if they had what we need, then raid bosses died eventually. So trade chat, we're gonna go on two different spectrums here because yes and no. You might get more whispers, but trade chat back in the day was really
wild,
brutal.
Modern Warfare 2 COD lobby is wild.
It was fucking brutal.
It was a war zone, man.
Brutal. Let me catch you out in Baron's chat trying to do is it SFK? Damn, dude, this shit's burning into my fucking brain.
Shadowfang Keep.
Holy fucking shit.
No, Shadowfang Keep was not in Barrens.
It was right outside of it. You had to, as an Alliance character, you had to cross the threshold into Horde territory, and you had to walk.
Oh yeah, and to go
and
like
you had
the
to walk. You had to walk. Razorfin.
Razorfin. Okay.
Yeah.
Razorfin crawl down.
Yeah. And then like when you went into like Baron's chat, if you did it all, it was the most toxic shit you've ever, not for any reason, because these people are just bored as fuck, right? So like it was just one of those like the game was so brutal back in the day, man. When you went through shit, people were helping, they brought you closer. 40-man raids, weeks of grinding, attunements, fire resist gear. I remember the resist gear, frost, fire. You had to have them for certain bosses. I remember in Molten Core having to play my hunter in Kubo that I fucking was a bot on, but I had I had to hit my trank shot.
I'm gonna tell you something.
If my trank shot didn't hit him, it fucked the raid up. It was like it was a disaster, bro.
Listen, people are like, "Oh my god, grinding attunements! It was so fun in Classic." No, the fuck it wasn't, and we all know it wasn't. It was absolutely fucking terrible. Nobody liked it.
It was dog.
Okay, and Blizzard listened to the feedback from the people that said that. They gave it to us in Legion, and what happened? People fucking hated it.
Again,
they hated having to farm Suramar
again
to get quarter star. They hated it.
100%.
Right.
100%.
You know, I think a lot of the time people remember things without really remembering things.
It's what you said before was the best example you could have gotten. Are you getting the crown? Pick it up. Cheers.
No,
Get
it's I actually still have some.
Cheers.
It's because I was thinking about things.
Show chat. Show chat.
Oh, it's over here actually. I forgot. You see this? I'm gonna move it closer. I got this from the wife's mom.
Look at us, bro. We're gonna clip this. Look at how big of nerds we are, and I love it.
And
I embrace every moment of it, bro. I like it so good. That's so good. Okay, now I'm getting kind of bricked up. I'm kind of jealous. Spin it around. Can I see the whole? Spin it the back. Okay, I hate you. So good.
This is oh yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, times have changed. Like we don't, WoW's changed. Like the and I hate going back to this, but like the attention span of like people that want to play a new game or want to get into a new game.
Let me find some potatoes in here.
We don't really realize like how overwhelming it might be for them, which I don't mind, at all, because like when you join a new game like Apex, for example, and you guys can say whatever you want, but the fact that you can just plug a PS5 or an Xbox controller into the game and then do substantially well or better, just because like it's not about you and me and our vendetta or our like personal whatever. It's because the game wants to do well and they want to make sure that anybody that comes on for the first time.
No, I mean they obviously hate you guys because they make changes that you don't like. They're specifically making them because they despise you as a player. 100%.
Right? No, but yeah, like literally, like that's the way people feel. But like, it's one of those things where, like, like WoW now, and it's tough, dude. We have to understand that it's tough to a game that's been out for 18 years.
They can't cater to everybody,
right?
They can't.
You have to find a happy medium of like, how do we make it competitive, and how do we make it like, like grindy and enjoyable, but also if Billy gets off the street and I meet my neighbor and I'm like, hey man, like you like MMOs? Yeah, like come play WoW. And he gets on and he has no fucking clue what he's doing or what's going on. Like there's gotta be like a little bit of a bridge to like really just, like get people like into it, and then they'll understand, later if they want to do PvP, PvE, gold making, whatever, like how to, go about doing that. But the initial
You know
part
what's
of
crazy too is a lot of people, and that's the conversation we had about the community. A lot of people say that the community doesn't feel the same, right? And my bad dude, I'd said that it does. It feels like the helpful community doesn't seem to be there anymore. And to that, I have to say it still absolutely is there, right?
It
It's just
is.
now the communication is done much differently.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's more you have to think about it differently because you're also not the same person as that you were, right? You might have been very lucky to meet some people that were very helpful back in the days, but I'm gonna tell you right now, there was people that were incredibly toxic to new players that made them quit the game back then as well.
It
They were
was
there,
no.
just the same.
Talk
Might
about
even
it,
be
Zane.
worse.
Talk
honestly,
about it. It not might have been worse. They were
they're ruthless. Like they would put curses
crazy.
on your entire family. Wish that you got deceased.
Crazy.
Because like
Crazy.
we're
Crazy.
talking if you didn't have one piece of gear and you're in dead mines, right? Leveling. They're like, okay, well, I hope your entire family dies and gets a bunch of diseases. I hope you run out in front of a bus and get hit. Like, you know what I mean? We're talking
there was no
old OG COD
but there was no repercussions for that. Not that we don't like,
that shit was bad.
Can take it and like, neglect it and like go about our day, whatever. But like there was no structure to filter it or do anything else. It was just so raw that like
it was ruthless.
You didn't get a message after, you might have fucked up a mechanic in a raid. You got spam messages that were like,
oh, you got kicked mid-fight.
You were
mid-fight,
yeah,
gone, watched by everyone.
Oh
You're gone. You're gone.
What's the hardest piece of gear or weapons or anything that you remember grinding from
Still on blade
from the old day? I already know, bro.
I have never farmed harder for anything ever before.
That was almost 5,000. Almost 5,000.
4,873 runs.
Monotone runs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yep.
And you could do that because you didn't have to have a group. You just had,
I was just solo dolo.
Yeah, the max level character, and you go through and you pull everything and then you whatever. But like,
yeah,
you had to go out, reset, go back, go out, reset, go back, go out.
But
reset,
I mean, besides that, I think the other thing that I went. What could have it been?
Gear wise, there was something. There was some kind of gear or a weapon or something like that you had to have that you remember like really grinding for. There had to have been something. I'm gonna read these questions while you think. Hold on. They also need to go back to hiring a team of people that answer tickets in game. I agree with that. I honestly really agree with that.
The customer service at Blizzard, absolutely fucking atrocious.
It is.
Atrocious. They have done great lengths to make the community managers a lot better.
Yep.
And the communication a lot better. But their customer service is fucking
awful,
terrible,
atrocious,
awful.
It was fantastic and amazing. One of the best things that Blizz did was have a GM. You remember that, Zan, when the GM used to message you after everything was done, and you saw that little piece of their whisper that
they gave you a glass. Listen, they gave you
like
They gave you a glass of chocolate milk. Gave you a blankie, right? Make sure that the heat was just right at 70 or 71, depending on what you liked.
Yep.
And then after you've enjoyed your entire day playing WoW, they come back and say, "How was your experience?"
Yep.
And then they make you another sandwich. Like they did everything.
Yep.
To make sure that you had the best possible experience.
Or us even,
everything.
Us even talking about like calling in, like that's unheard of, right? Like for not only like like for Blizzard, but like for the individual game, and like you would call in and be like, "Hey."
A lot of people don't even know that Blizzard used to have a call center.
It was so good, and they literally
they were great, man. They cared.
They did. And they knew, like, when you started going off on a tangent about what was happening, they would already pull it up. They would already have the log or whatever, and they'd be like, "Yep, I understand, and that should never happen," or whatever else, and like, whatever, yada yada.
You want to know something that's crazy? One of the times that my old account got hacked, right?
Yeah.
My mom had called them and was explaining the situation and everything, and then she said, because that was back when I wasn't really, really good at English at that time, And she asked, is there like any way that he can have an easier time like getting translations, or is there people he can see? This guy on the phone was like, yeah, so if he searches up this guy and this guy, he could probably get some help from those people. I know that they know some Danish individuals, so hopefully he can get some help from those guys.
No shit, dude.
On the phone, just straight up like fucking across the world.
People,
at that point,
people helping people.
Nuts,
powerful shit, dude. Powerful shit. Literally powerful shit.
Yeah.
I'm lurk listening, but as a longtime gamer and a WoW player chick, WoW was super toxic back in the day, to the point that a lot of girl gamers were playing dudes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And as just playing a female tune was not enough to do 100%.
That shit is still really bad.
I get it now, dude. I play a female Draenei with the glorious set on my body, and her name is Miss Skits. And every time I post in chat or whatever, people that don't know me or do whatever, they'll whisper me the most goofy shit you could ever fucking like. Literally, just and that's people. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just can't control that. But the point we're trying to make is, back in the day, it was fucking raw. Like, this shit was raw. The words, there was no filters, there was no nothing. They didn't add in like
no regulations, no whatever, real terms of service.
You could nothing. You could just go fucking crazy on a whim and just talk like the most wild shit.
It was bad. It was really bad.
You remember how rewarding it was, though? Dude, I remember getting my horse at level 40 on my lock first main. It took me weeks to grind the mass to do the quest. But man, it was so happy to get 60% ground speed, 150%.
But I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna give you my 2 cents. The only reason that you remember that feeling so fucking good, right? It's like, I'm gonna tell you, it's like walking over 15 meters of hot coals. You're gonna fucking hate it, but when you're done, oh my god, this was absolutely fucking great, man.
Yeah, it was like, why?
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it was horrible doing it, but when you finally got it done, it was like, oh my god, I'm so happy.
It was the shit. Like, I remember, like, anybody remember, like, the Rock Dalar, the bow and the staff set?
Oh, yeah.
And then you had to go into Winter Spring. You had to find some random mob, and you had to kite him. And I never knew what kiting meant. I never knew you had to shoot him and keep moving, and they transport him, like, around or do this or whatever. Dude, I did that for weeks until I got like somebody just randomly whispered me, being like, yo man, I got you, like, let me show you like what's going on, whatever. And then I did it, and I was like, dude, this was not like a day thing, a 12-hour I can get on and grind it, whatever. This was a whole ass like almost a month of my life that like I dedicated to getting this fucking bow and this staff to like.
Dude, it's one of those things. We still have these experiences today. We still do. It's just, this is present, right?
Yeah.
Because like, I'm gonna tell you right now, there were a lot of things that I enjoyed just as much in later expansions, right? The leveling experience, for example, I absolutely had such a good time in TBC and Rav, right? Just trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
But in Warlords of Draenor, I loved the questing experience in Warlords of Draenor because they had the new cinematics along the quest line. They were really well put together. All the voiced quest lines and all this stuff, it was so well done.
It was.
Right?
It was.
But then obviously doing it multiple times got kind of shit because it took a very long time. But
not even that, but like the
they
content,
just didn't do
the content that came after that.
It wasn't that great.
Was inexistent. There was nothing.
That
there.
experience, when I think about the best experiences I've had leveling, Warlords of Draenor is in there. Even though Warlords of Draenor is my least favorite expansion of all time.
Yeah.
Next to Shadowlands. They're like on the line together.
I remember Burning Crusade, where this is like really like nostalgia type shit, but we couldn't like download there was no digital download for the game, right? So we had
What
to
a fucking disc in.
we had to go to GameStop and we had to get the hard copy of whatever.
We didn't get digital downloads until I think like MUP maybe.
Yeah.
Kata?
And we popped it
MUP
in.
or Kata?
And when I am in line, like 50 deep, and I see lawyers and doctors and kids and whatever, and everybody's there waiting to just get in to get it and go out and play. We all we all used to like chop it up and be like, what realm are you on? Where are you at? Like whatever. And I met a lot of people through that were like, yo, I don't have a place to. I'm like, bro, come to Laughing Skull. That's where I was originally.
But that's again one of those things, right? That's not because of how WoW was. That's because of how the world was at the time, which I think a lot of people don't really consider.
Yep. I love the ticket response within the role play, kind of like a misty cloud forms.
Oh my
as
god,
Roski
dude,
appears
so
from
good.
beyond. Oh, that was the best.
They acted like an NPC in the game and have like a whole backstory, like full on D&D type shit. It was
they didn't care what you had to deal with or do whatever. They knew that they had to take care of your problem, but they're
sitting there comfortable as fuck, having a good time, drinking a cup of coffee, and they're like, "What's up? Let's figure it out, man."
Yeah, like they cared. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I won't do it again. That's why I never even tried Classic. I fucking lived it. No thanks. And that's how I felt too. Like no bias.
That's what I think too.
I already went through
I don't need to try the old shit because it's not gonna feel the same.
I already went through it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like the new like Dragonflight gives me that kind of satisfaction of like, it's new, it's retail, it's great, but everything changed. Like you can play
when the Fire Nation attacked.
You can still figure out like your own like spec for your class. Like some classes are like nasty and like you have like the carbon copy like Wowhead.
There are so many different things and different builds that you can do.
Yeah,
right? You can follow the meta, but it doesn't feel like you have to.
You don't at all. You don't at all. It's like, it like brought me a little bit, like it not a little bit, but a lot of it back to like, you have to pay attention. You have to really,
what's really great? I did some leveling on my Demon Hunter and I was like, this ability sounds fun. I'm gonna pick this one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't feel like I had to look up the best build because there's so many different things that you can click on. You have so many different options for picking whatever it is that you might want.
And who knows, Zan? Who the fuck knows what the meta is going to be, right? Like still, like there's so many different things that you can just
to be honest, I think some people, there are some people that care too much about it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I even told you that too, right? Because you were like, I can't play in Huntsman Shamans because nobody's playing them, man. Right?
Resto right now.
Right, that's what I mean, Resto Shaman.
Yeah.
But people, like, based on pure numbers,
it could change.
Pure numbers, the only reason that a lot of people are not playing them right now is because they cannot produce the same amount of damage as other healers, which obviously makes them kind of bad. But if you're a casual player, if you're not pushing the top 200 world, Mythic Plus, or Mythic raids,
World Race, whatever, yeah.
It's not going to matter, man. You should just play whatever you want. But I get wanting to follow a meta too.
It's more about like my time spent. So like I have my damage dealer right now. I love my warrior. I figured out the warrior. I love the fury warrior. But it's like if I'm gonna make another character.
It's gonna take a lot of time.
Yeah, but like just
things change.
They do, and I don't want to like
next patch.
I don't want to bank. I don't want to bank on the fact that like things might change. I just know WoW is always, Zan, and you can agree with this. WoW's always taking care of their poster children. The demon hunter,
druids,
the DH never gonna fucking be bad. The invoker, you can bet your ass.
They're going to be great this entire expansion.
It's never going to be bad at all. They're not going to fucking change anything whatsoever.
They're going to be mid tier or top tier the entire expansion.
Yep.
And that they're never going to be the worst one because they're the new class. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
Right. And then you have certain things that are just always going to be good because of how the class is designed. You have something like a druid. They can play all classes or all specs. I mean, and you even have 2 DPS specs. So the chances of druid being bad are very tiny.
Yeah, Boomkin's not the move at all.
They're not the greatest.
Feral's nuts. Resto Druid is really strong right now. Like,
but that's one of those things.
And even if you want to tank, you can just go, like go bear, and like you can, like have that whatever. Like you need, like you can just do it, right? Because you have that. But yeah, it's when I hit something hard and like full speed ahead, I want to make sure that I know what I'm going to do and what I'm going to play. And
what feels so great, especially for professions, is professions now. It does not matter what class you are. It does not matter.
True.
Because you can play whatever the fuck you want and still do everything in professions pretty much to their max capacity.
Yep.
The only thing that is slightly is if you do 2x4s, then yes, picking a monk will get you a spot in a group without a doubt.
Yeah,
right?
but like that too, and
but
like
the amount, but that's like a little niche thing. But other than that, there's no other min maxing at all.
There isn't. If you play a character,
you just pick literally whatever.
If you want to use the gear that the profession provides for you, you can do that, right? Like if you're a leather wearer or a plate wearer or mail or whatever, then you can choose that and then max it up for yourself.
I mean, you can pick something that works for your class.
But it does not matter anymore. It's so
especially also because of the work.
It got reset. It got reset. What is 2x4?
What is it? It's a piece of wood.
Talk to Jesus.
Piece
Christ.
Of wood.
Jesus.
No. So the way that it's put together, a 2x4 is a term that was created by the gold farming community, and the reason that it is called a 2x4 is it's two groups of four, so 4 people with two groups. And the reason you call it a hyperspawn is because certain areas in the game have an area of mobs that need to have like a certain number of them up at all times. So the faster you kill them, the faster they're going to respawn, basically. It's not like this is only going to spawn every 5 minutes. This is a matter of how many needs to be up here at all times. And the reason they made that was because of world quests and people don't want to sit there and wait around and fight for tags. So they created hyperspawning. The other thing that you could do, because of the way that tagging works, obviously we all know if you're 10 individual people, then the moment that it hits 10 people that tag a mob, if it's not elite or not a rare, it is going to turn gray. So before you get to that point, you can then figure out, okay, well, how many people can we have here farming these hyperspawn mobs? Well, the answer is 2 groups of 4 people. So that's why people call it a 2x4.
Yeah, because anything more than that will
make the mobs great.
It'll ruin the quality of the
That is the maximum amount of people that you can have farming that area at the same time. 2 groups of 4. So that's why that's why it's called that, and that's what it is.
Chat. What else? What do you got? I got a couple more in the tank for Zan. I got some juicy juice, but what else? First of all, thanks for being here. I knew we were gonna do this. I knew it was gonna go like way longer, but
hey, I'm here.
Literally, I love every this is I agree the class balancing to a degree, but I think the difference is the damage in classes, etc. Or healing classes do better than others. All they need to do the same necessary.
Differences in damage in classes.
Oh,
so like class individuality.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I mean, obviously,
But where that comes from is every time a new expansion comes out, everybody watches the world first race, right? Everybody watches the mythic race.
Everybody watches guides. People don't know what the fuck to do.
From Echo, whatever it is. Echo, Liquid, Method, all the big all the big boys, that they, and then you kind of like want to mold your character around that. Not around that, but like you choose not to play a certain character type shit, but it's not about that with my Resto Shaman, because when I go into regular mythics, heroics, dungeons, anything, you don't ever see or find a resto shaman, which is not a big deal. It's not a big deal because they could be better, and we're gonna roll the dice and be like, Blizzard might change them and might do something different or whatever, but they never really do that.
Hey, listen,
they never
Metzen
do that.
is back.
They never
Green
do that.
Jesus is back, right? Maybe that means Thrall is coming back into the story again. And if that's the case, then I
want to play, I honestly really want to play my Resto Shaman. That's been my
Just do it, man.
That's been my guy.
Just do it.
For years and years and years and years and years, and I'm not saying there's an influence on what I've seen thus far for a month plus of Dragonflight, but they're not there. They're not anywhere to be found. Not a Mythic 3, not a Mythic 11, not a Mythic 15, not a whatever. They're just not there. And I don't know why, because I haven't played them type shit. And I know maybe they can they'll get a little pat in the ass and be a little bit better. But right now, again, the poster children of WoW and of Dragonflight are,
No, but I mean the simple thing, and again, they cannot produce the same amount of damage that other healers can, and big raiders not taking them in their top of the line content is going to make other people think, oh, this class is absolutely fucking terrible.
And I 100% agree. But when I don't see them not only in raids, but I don't see them in regular dungeons,
you don't want to do it
or whatever. I don't see them ever. But
I mean,
I would love to.
Even if they were good, even if they were top of the line, the greatest, Resto Shamans have never been a very popular thing.
They've been
compared to other classes. They haven't.
The last two expansions, healing wise, they've been
good.
They've been fucking.
But they have not been if we're talking the amount of people, the percentage of people, they are never the highest.
Yeah, there's always something else. So it's not about me
you should just play whatever the fuck you want.
I do.
Legit.
I know, and I want to, and I want to level them up.
You don't want to enough.
I'm going to, and I'm going to, but I just know that at the end of the day, I'm going to. Yeah, I want to play what I want, and I know that I'm gonna love my Resto Shaman no matter what, and whatever. But I just want to have the same kind of accessibility and really because you know what they have. What's most important in Mythic now?
The utilities are insane.
They have hero. They have literally just they have link. They can onk. They can come back to life. They have all these but the general aspect of Resto Shamans right now and just the healing potential of because healing's changed too, which I'm trying to learn because they changed this shit up so much that
oh yeah, I mean,
yeah, dude, you're talking to me, bro. Literally, I played Caustic in Apex. That I play the I love Caustic. Is he the best character? Fuck no. Is he a lore character that is dark and ominous and just loves fucking just being a weirdo and whatever? And I'm gonna make the best of it. Absolutely, but for me to spend.
But if you're enjoying the Fury Warrior right now, there's no reason to go on to your Resto Shaman and spend a bunch of time on that.
100%. But I'm trying to figure out while time walking or easy leveling is going on, and I can level something else up.
You don't need time. I mean,
I'm trying
right
to
now,
figure out. I'm trying.
Cobalt Assembly, Primal Storms, or time walking.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
And that's why I'm trying to figure out what's my next guy. Girl, whatever.
You can just go. You can just go as crazy as me and level one of each class, and then figure it out from there. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Because that's what I did. True. I leveled one of each class, and then as I leveled, I figured out different play styles and figured out whether or not I liked it.
It's a major.
And then I took it from there.
A major letdown to play your class to the top of his potential and get out performed by a little Billy button clicker playing current meta.
Yeah, but that's never going to happen. I'll tell you right now, if you are shit at the game, you are not going to get outperformed by somebody that is at the top of the line. Yeah. Like if we're talking a world first raider, Resto Shaman, he is going to outperform a little Billy button clicker playing Evoker.
There are none. That's the point we're making. There are
No, but
Zan, if
like
I would have saw Zan,
okay, then not Resto Shaman.
If I would have saw one, if I would have saw one, if I would have saw one Resto Shaman.
That's not what I'm trying to say. I was trying to say the fact that even let's say it's the same class, right? We're gonna say Resto Druid, right? Okay. Which is arguably a part of the meta. If a world first raider, top of the line gamer is playing the game, they are not going to get outperformed by little Billy button clicker. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Right? It's just not. Like I'll tell you right now, if they were played more, if World First Raiders were playing Resto Shaman, let's say they were, right? And there probably are some in the top 200 guilds, but let's say that there were a lot more, they're not going to get outperformed. Even if they were the worst healing class, they would still be outperforming terrible players, even if the terrible players played the meta.
It's changed, bro. It's literally changed.
No. Listen, so I don't care. I do not care. That is changed. How it is.
It's changed. So I know. I know hear it's that. Changed. I know you can play your character at the top of the top of the top of the top, and then still perform whatever. But like, they are not even.
It's going to be easier if you're playing a meta class.
They're not in the conversation at all, and I don't mind. I don't mind that. I don't mind that to like want to get on and play it. I just want to see one or two. Ever,
yeah, I know.
Ever
I understand that.
Every mythic I've run, in literally like on my warrior, there's zero. I mean, like not a single. Not that I need that to like show me that they can like hang and like keep up and whatever, but like they're not.
It would just feel better.
They're not there. They're not there.
It would feel better. I totally understand that.
I hear you though.
I'm just trying to say, if you're a good player, obviously, if you're playing the meta pick, it's going to be a lot better. Obviously. And if you're a terrible player, if you're playing the meta pick, you're probably going to do better than on some other class.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't say that, oh, this other class is absolutely terrible.
100%.
You know what I mean?
And that's why when I like went through my like log of like, here's the characters, you can see them in like the loading screen, like what should I level next? It's never been a doubt in my mind that I would always go, and I don't know why I didn't go like Shaman to start, because like that's my, it would have been Ellie or enhancement, whatever. But like for my next pick, for me to have, I always love having like some kind of like versatility, right? So like I have my damage dealer, I want like a healer or a tank or whatever else. But like when I went to go choose like a healer, I really like thought about it, because like, after, hundreds of mythic dungeons already this expansion, and I don't see one of them, and I can't like, like gauge the fact that like, but like, I agree. 'Cause like, you want to, they might get buffed. They might be good. They might be,
Did you hear that?
Was that?
Yes.
Evelyn?
You heard it? Are you getting hungry yet? Okay. Perhaps that pizza that,
Yo, she wanted to also ask me why you hate her.
Oh, well, she asked.
Did she hear that?
Yeah. No, but listen, she's like, why do you hate me?
That's her go-to.
She likes to say that.
That's her go-to.
You hate me.
You hear that? She said, because you do hate me.
See?
I'm going to tell everyone on Discord, I'm going to tell everyone on stream that you hate me.
Dear
Feeding.
Twitter.
Dear Twitter.
Feeding.
Yeah.
My husband wants a divorce.
Wow, what? She's going crazy.
She is. I think with a new player or someone who chooses a healer by which works best, playing a shaman can be confusing. As the choice of spells doesn't feel intuitive. if you aren't using them. Yeah,
More than
because like
capable.
again,
But-
the game's changed.
I see.
Can she make an appearance? Can she say hello?
No, because she made an appearance. You can wave. You want to wave? She doesn't want to wave.
Okay.
I will say though, I submitted 2 more applications, making it 4 total today.
She sent out 4 applications today. Did you hear that, by the way?
I did.
Yeah.
Good.
4 applications today.
Tell her it'll all work out. Tell her like
Oh, no, yeah.
It sounds cliche as shit, but like it'll
Yeah.
You're gonna find
It will.
Yeah, 100%. No, she's good. We got this. We got this.
Okay. I'll be right back for like a minute or 2, real quick.
Take your time. Take your time, baby.
Gotta get some more
Take your time.
questions.
Take your time. Take your
We don't
time.
talk about more
Take your
IRL
time. Take your time. Take your time. Take your time. Fam, what up? I knew this would happen, bro. I was like an hour and a half with Zan. We'll do like a little like this, that, whatever. No, bro. That's my guy. Like, especially talking about WoW. Like, it really, yeah. There's a lot that goes into it. You know what I'm saying? So like, there's a lot of. I know, bro. What up, baby? What up? Hey, after we finish this, I'm turning all the alerts, all the full whatever back on. You know, kind of shit. So, we'll vibe for a couple hours. We'll get after it. But yeah, super like beneficial, man. Just not only for me, but like a lot of people that I think have watched this tonight about gold making or just WoW in general, like have a different, you know, kind of perspective on what's going on, you know? It's tough. It's really tough to keep a game that popular for that long, right? So they do what they need to do, or they try to, you know, like to beef it up and to get it back to where it is. But sometimes you might not agree with like certain things or whatever else is going on in the game. But currently, I'm having a absolute blast. Because there's a lot of, you know, like, I love that. A night where you're going to apologize for the vibe of getting some frustration out with the badass content night with the close family. But like, honestly, like, it's so good. Wait,
Provided
is Evelyn going to take a
by-
shot with us? Ask her if she wants to.
Brought to you by My 2 Cents.
Is Evelyn going to take a shot with us? Ask her.
No, I don't think she is.
I know I don't know. I know you
She
don't.
definitely wouldn't do crown apple. Absolutely not.
Why not? Tell her it's apple juice.
She gets asked if he wants to do or
A
if
small
you want
shot.
to
A
do
small
a
shot. A small shot. Like a whisper.
tiny one.
Call it a whisper, like a little small whisper.
Do I have to be on camera?
No, you don't have to be
no.
on camera if you don't want to.
Just cheers. Just cheers in. That's all I need. Just a cheers.
But you don't want this, right?
I don't taste it. If it goes down my throat.
Yeah, but like this is heaven's juice.
It is the nectar of the gods, tell her.
The nectar of the gods.
And she will really enjoy it.
Nectar every
Pour,
other day. What's
like,
the
dude,
difference?
like a little small. Like
Did you hear that?
No, what'd she say?
That was naughty.
A small little whisper in the bottom of the glass.
No, she said yes. Do you want me to open that?
I got it.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So do you want to have this or do you want to get something else?
I'd rather have.
Okay. Well, we need to find you a little thingy. Little thingamajig.
Such a good hug.
It is heaven's juice. Like, what do you mean?
It is. The nectar of the gods.
If you want, I can give you some of my heaven's juice later.
What?
Clip it.
You haven't.
Hey, yo!
You found the right one.
What?
You found the right one. You found the right one.
Here you go.
Zan,
Well deserved.
cheers.
Cheers.
Salute.
fuck was that?
I had tried. There's no ding. There you go.
you go.
We're gonna break the glass. Cheers.
I love you. Cheers. 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 Cheers.
Tastes like bubble gum.
See? That's why yeah.
Yeah, so that was the wrong one. I wanted to do Permit Man. God damn it.
Oh
I'm stupid.
My God. All right.
It works because you're VIP, man. Shane, you're a VIP. You don't have to.
Watching this after. I'm not gonna pull it up because it might like fuck up the display capture.
Well,
yeah. No, we're definitely getting to this. Chat. I'm not gonna hold Zan for too long. The Heaven's Juice is waiting for him later on tonight, so I need to.
We're good.
If there's no, I'm not. I'm just trolling, bro. I need some questions. Wow. He's from Denmark. They're in Texas now. Anything? Married? Anything that you guys want to talk about or ask him at the very end of this?
Also, in
podcast,
terms of what you grew up with, I'm 24, so think about that too.
Facts.
Experiences, streaming, content creation, life, jobs, school.
Anything. I'm gonna have to go back
travel.
and watch the VOD. This is such a great podcast. Skits, Zanzar, GG. I missed the first podcast, but I really love the format and back and forth. Always up for.
What's funny too, Skits? Because did you see when I did the whole podcast thing?
Talk to me.
So I did a podcast called The Auction House, right?
Yeah.
With a friend, and we did 24 episodes. We just talked straight gold making the entire time. We talked about the gold, the token, how that was moving. We talked about what's been going on, WoW news, what we've been doing ourselves, and then also we had guests on, right?
Yeah.
So we had not random. We had gold making content creators on. We had people from huge boosting communities. We had people that did huge botting operations to bring that to light. It was great, man.
Yeah.
But it ended around the whole WoW situation.
What fell
Activision.
out? What we can talk about that too. What was like the big? You don't have to like name names or anything, but like what fell out like with the whole like was that?
Damn!
Hey,
that was fucking good, man.
That was good.
That was a 9.5 out of 10.
That was
as
good.
Perfect as
That was good. That was good.
No, I'm good.
Not for you, bitch.
No,
Okay.
It shook my computer system. Tell her it rattled my entire Stella Artois. We out here.
Stella Artois.
Artois.
Gracias.
You're welcome.
Pokey, what's good? Good to see you. Damn, we're having a lot of like.
I thought she was giving it to
OGs.
me, and I was like, I got my
OGs.
crown, and because it's the beer, my favorite beer, and she's like, no, bitch, it's for me.
What'd she say it tasted like? Did she say like
Bubblegum. And then she said
gum?
medicine. But
Okay.
she doesn't like whiskey at all. Yeah, but she said bubblegum. Which I get
take
that.
that.
Like
I'll
some
take
really,
that.
really fruity, like
Peach whiskey is the only whiskey I like.
she likes peach whiskey.
Well, there's Crown Peach.
There's Crown Peach. Should we get one of those?
Oh, bird. I
Bird dog?
think that's what
Bird Dog whiskey. Okay, respect. Okay, respect. Yeah.
She
okay,
she says she likes that one.
Yeah, Bird Dog's good. Bird Dog's good for sure.
You know who first gave it to me?
Who?
My stepbrother. When
Huh.
I was 16.
Bird Dog.
When you were underage?
Tell when she needs to slide in with you real quick. Would she if I say
Nah, she doesn't want to right now.
why?
He's
I
asking
know-
if you want to like slide in and
Just for
sit here and
5
fuck
minutes.
it.
For 5 minutes. Tell her for 5 minutes.
I mean-
5 minutes just to talk shit and like literally. This is how I get my deepest, darkest, juicy secrets about Zanzar. I need wifey there beside to
well,
literally
the
just.
only thing we can do. She doesn't want to be on camera, but
Okay.
we could. I could close all the lights and you can sit here.
No. As soon as your pizza's ready, I'm sitting my ass back down in there and watching TV.
Okay, what are you gonna watch?
Respect.
Okay. All right, you have fun with that.
Respect.
Is it good? No. Why'd you get it then?
I need to taste it.
Oh, okay.
tastes like piss too.
It tastes like piss. Oh. Well.
After the third or fourth, it's all the same. You just just have to, rock and roll. All right, Zan, what
Oh, there's a lot of questions here. Let's go.
your greatest like
Let me answer them for you. Like if I'm you.
That's what I just asked if you wanted to
tell
do.
Evelyn if she does not want to be a part of the podcast and chip in and come over and hang out.
Skits is saying if you want to be a part of the podcast, you can sit your butt cheeks down right next to me. Or you can leave.
Tell her. Oh, God.
I love you. What? She just winked at me like this. Look.
Oh my God. You got a good one,
she
bro.
She can't wink.
I love it.
She does it like super animated and like almost does both eyes. It looks really funny. I love it.
From a WoW standpoint, from what we've played and gone through, what is the most like really, really, really like satisfying moment of your WoW career? No matter, you got your hands full. No matter.
Yeah, most satisfying moment.
No matter
of
if
WoW career?
no matter if it was a plan gold wise or a piece of gear or.
I mean, the Bruto was
even,
really nice.
Even in your
giving away Brutos, that was really fun too.
Yeah. But like something you pulled out or you farmed out that either you use for yourself or you sold.
I've always
after.
I've tried all. Actually, a very great flip that I did. And this was crazy. This was in Shadowlands actually, which you wouldn't think. But going from 9.1 to 9.2, which was pretty much all the patches we had. But either way,
facts.
That was crazy because again, one of the things that we talked about on the podcast was that the cloth lightless silk was going to have an outrageous amount of demand because of the way that legendaries were put together, right? I said, if this goes live, lightless silk is going to triple or quadruple in price. There's no way it doesn't because the amount that we had to use was going up like.
Yeah, that was your best call. That was your best call.
Hundreds.
Yeah.
The hundreds. Yeah. Right. And I was like, this right here, I'm gonna tell you guys right now, and if I'm wrong, I'll give away all of my gold. Literally all of my gold. Right. And it turned out I was more than right, which was
spot on.
It was great.
Satisfying as shit. Satisfying
it worked out
as shit.
Exactly what I thought it was.
Yep.
And the other thing was me predicting Dragonflight, actually. And the thing was, obviously in Shadowlands, we all coped with all sorts of things. But one of the things that people kept saying was, nah, we're not getting a new expansion in 2022. That's not coming until 2023, 2024. It's dead. They're not going to make any more expansions. I said, I believe 100% based on the recent communication and the recent changes and the fact they haven't done anything for Shadowlands. They've been hiring a bunch of people. There were just like small hints. I was like, this smells like a new expansion to me.
Yeah.
So I said, I believe a new expansion will come out before 2022 is done.
That.
Damn. No, because we got the pizza. She makes up for all the burp. I can't burp. You know this because I told you that too. I can't. She can burp for 4 people.
Do y'all fart in front of each other?
Yeah.
Have you got?
Yeah. We're not weird. What the fuck?
Is that? Are you eating fucking croutons right now?
Yeah.
Are you eating? Chat. Do you see this? My man's fucking necking.
If you can't
my man's necking croutons right now. He's literally.
If you can't fart or burp in front of each other, you're not.
No, don't play off the crouton shit. They're tasty. What a good sound.
Bro, those
that's a good crunch.
Great.
That's a good crunch.
They are so good.
That's a good crunch.
So good.
That's a good crunch.
No. Give me another one.
Look how big this bag is, bro.
Yeah, look at the size of this bag.
Members Mark, seasoned croutons.
They're great. They're
Garlic
from
bread.
Sam's.
Yeah.
By the way, that whole conversation. Oh yeah, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm. That was a good crunch.
I know.
I want to know why you don't like your own feet or other people's feet. What's the sock ordeal? We got some.
Oh, you talked to the wife about that.
No. Did she snitch on me? You better.
No, but I don't tell
Did she
people that.
snitch on me?
She's the only person.
Look at her right now. Tell her, ask her if she snitched on me.
She did not snitch. She would never snitch. Listen, she would never snitch on something like that. The reason I know that that's the case is because I have never told anyone other than her about that ever before. Listen, for a lot of different reasons, I do not like feet. Okay.
He's making shit.
It's like shellfish.
No, but like, listen, it's not that I like start barfing or whatever, but bro,
How do you start the conversation with I don't barf, but
I've seen. Listen,
okay,
people are nasty, right?
Yeah.
One of the things that sometimes you can see, unfortunately, are people's feet.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
There is never, ever a good, bro, the bare minimum is keeping your feet nice, right? That's the bare minimum.
Yeah.
Vast majority of the time, your feet are on the ground. They're stepping in shit. They're stepping in dirt. They're always nasty. They always, so many people have issues, ingrown toenails, fucking fungus, smelly sock shit. I don't like feet. There are so many reasons for why I don't want that shit.
I love it. I love
No
it.
thanks.
A good pair of feet gets me.
I'll tell you what though,
hands bricked the fuck.
Bro, pretty
yeah.
hands, good looking hands.
Okay.
That's something else.
That's your.
Because my hand looks nice around.
We can't say that.
Tell her to knock it off. Skit says knock it off right now. Knock it off.
She has the stream open on her phone. She can hear what you're saying.
Tell her to knock it off.
You need to knock it off.
I like it, but knock it off. That's so good. Yeah, literally. Oh my.
I like it.
Oh my. Yo, hands. Okay, that's your.
No,
vice.
but listen. You're washing, soaping, cleaning your hands way more than your feet. Way more.
I agree.
The chances of your hands being more clean, but you see them all the time.
100%.
You see them, and
and
bro,
if you don't take care of your feet and your toes, then I'm not I'm not about that at all.
Obviously, hygiene and shit. But I know, but
a
bro,
good set of.
They don't do nothing for me. They don't do nothing.
Bruh.
Nothing. I'll tell you what though, nice hands and thighs. Bricked up.
That's your vice. Thighs and hands.
Muffin tub thighs, bro. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The little okay, damn, this is gonna but yeah, that little crease, the ass crease between your thighs and your actual ass.
Oh yeah, the little
where that little that it folds over whatever that little corner is, bruh. Jesus Christ is good to me.
Listen. I don't want to. I want a hand. I want it so it's not a hand. I want there to be more than my hand can hold. I want to be able to move it around. That's how much I want. You know what I mean?
I do. I 100%. I do.
That's what I want.
Yep. No,
that's how it is.
I 100% agree. I 100% agree. No, Evelyn, you don't get to chip in and not. No, you're naughty. You're naughty. You have to come over here. Can you do this for me for the fam? Just give him a kiss on the cheek real quick, and then you can leave. I don't want to talk. I don't want to do whatever. Literally,
I have to step out of camera. You know what I mean?
Just literally, just a little, and then say hi to your hubby, and then you can, we'll keep going. We'll finish this podcast up, which has been absolutely incredible.
Look what she handed me.
A crouton.
This is what?
A potato.
A potato.
Yep.
Can you take this potato back? Can you this potato here? Thank you.
It looks like
Wow.
Just
Rude.
literally brought you a potato. I like that.
Yes.
Just full.
It's because I bought a very big bag, like a 2.5-pound bag of potatoes, because
And like we talked about
I
first,
can make 17 million styles
they're
of
very
potatoes.
versatile. Exactly what I was
they
saying
are.
there. You could do whatever you want. You could do whatever you want. You could do whatever you want with them. 100%.
Yep.
Not last
You
question.
gotta scroll up. You gotta scroll up to look up there.
Not last question, but what do you think about the whole Horde and the Alliance beef, or like the whole like
That's just like
structure
click shit.
of? Is
You know
it,
what I mean?
Is it though? Is it though?
Yeah.
Imagine we're 18-year full on.
You know the
players,
amount of
whatever,
people that
like-
just say
like-
that just because that's what they've been playing for a long time,
I
or somebody
know.
else said it.
But
You know what I mean?
It means
Like,
more.
there's-
It means more to us.
For a lot of people, it means more.
Yeah.
100%.
It means a lot
100%.
more. It means
It's
a
like
lot more.
it's like your country type of thing or your city type of thing.
It
It's
is.
the same thing.
You
Right?
pick one or the other, and then like it's just one of
You're
those
there.
things where like you just like. And I said earlier too, like when we were talking about it, like I don't mind like that if I have to get into like a Mythic Plus earlier or a raid earlier, and it's cross faction.
But that whole faction drama, it's just
that's
great.
It is. It's what like WoW was built on. I feel like you literally are like
No, it
you
was.
know, for the Horde or
Human-
for the
human
Alliance
versus
or,
orcs.
You know, yeah, like you know, so like it's just one of those things where if you had to pick one character right now, faction wise, to play,
A female
represent
pink-haired
you.
gnome warrior.
Okay, I like it. Alliance. I don't even care about the rest of the answer. Yeah. Yep.
Female pink-haired
What class? What class?
gnome warrior. Warrior. Yes. 2 big-ass swords on a tiny-ass character. That's what I want.
Remember Relax Nerd? Remember when I used to play Relax Nerd? The
Relax
the
Nerd.
Panda Warrior to do 2v2 PvP carries. And I was like, if you get killed by me, you literally have to like just reconsider playing the game ever again type shit. Like that's how I feel. Like literally like
It's crazy stuff.
oh, it's good shit. I like Faction Wars. I think they need to bring back the true Horde and Alliance. They won't because
Yeah, no, they tried that already.
yeah, they're gonna make sure the game is accessible to anybody that plays it, whether they're old or new or whatever.
A lot of
They're
new
gonna make
players,
sure-
a lot of players that have been playing for a long time because of the way that the story has gone, thinks it's stupid to have the regular old Horde versus Alliance because it doesn't make sense with where the story is anymore. It just doesn't.
Yeah, because like we like grouped up half the time.
Yeah,
like
we've helped each other
We
so many
literally
times.
have gone together and banded together to.
There are still a
defeat-
couple things, but like, yeah.
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 As long as Sylvanas is not in the picture, I'm good. I love her.
Yeah, they can bring her back maybe for a redemption
I'm bricked
story.
up. I'm bricked up for Sylvanas, but she's a not a nice lady at all, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So, you know, Trisdale still has me in a loop.
I mean, honestly,
You don't build-
Sylvanas is a
you-
great character, but the people that wrote the most recent stuff on her did a terrible job. But you know,
Facts.
yeah.
What are your plans? What are you doing now? Give me your closing statements on this beautiful Zan. Beautiful.
For WoW?
No, on you, on your life, on the wife, on everything else. I want to
Bro,
tell you right
the
now. Listen to me.
amount of shit that's
Listen to me.
going on.
Listen to me. This has been the most satisfying conversation I've had in a long time, and I appreciate honestly like the talk we had before on stream and about like the outside perspective of me like just you know like being in my own lane and like streaming and not really getting the outside perspective, which you helped me on, and like all that extra shit and just we talked about this before, like it's gonna be an hour and a half, and we both agreed that was like, no, bro, it's gonna be longer.
It's gonna
be way longer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I appreciate your time and like and this is we're definitely doing a part 2. and we'll hone it down on like, you know, different like
specific things.
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely right. You know what I'm saying? So if you're up to it, you know what I'm saying? But,
yeah, I mean, I'm in, man. I love talking about.
If
all
there's
sorts of
anything
stuff.
else that you want to get out as far as your content, what are you doing now? Twitch.tv/ZANZARFUL. Make sure you watch
Sensible
him.
everywhere.
What is your schedule?
It's for the Americans, it's 11 a.m. CT,
Okay.
and for the Europeans, it's 6 p.m. CST.
Okay.
That's like the usual thing I say. That's like where most people are,
Yeah.
or at least what makes sense, right?
Stop looking at your wife. I can see you.
And,
we can all see you. Stop looking at her. What is she distracted you, Zan? Is that what she's doing?
She burped again. And then listen. For my plans, I mean, are we talking like IRL or for WoW?
No, just plans for the next. Oh my goodness gracious sakes!
Yes.
No shellfish on that, right?
No, sir. And you see, conveniently here.
So good. But yeah, anything you wanna before we just get on?
As to what Vel says, it's very cliche, but you can't listen. You cannot have a rainbow without a little rain.
Absolutely right. Yep.
You know, the only reason why you're always wishing for good times is because you've had bad times. You need the perfect balance. If you don't have both, it would be a boring world and no one or anything would matter at all.
Right. You can't grow from that, right?
You can't.
You have to.
What we have right now wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
And I know it might seem shit for a very long time, but the good things might already be there.
It can't.
I would say the other.
It can't rain forever.
The other thing is try to be more present, right? Don't worry about so much about the past. Don't worry about the future too much. You know, try to be more present.
Yeah.
Right.
I love that.
What's happening right now? What are you enjoying right now?
Yeah.
Especially as something as simple as WoW. If WoW is fun right now, enjoy that it's fun right now. If it's not fun in 5 months, I don't care that it's not if it's not fun in 5 months, I don't care about that now. I'll care about that in 5 months.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You have to stay present. Yeah. And two, like, I know you're 24 years old, but man, like you said before, like you have to really like spend time like with mom and dad and the family, and even if you and your sisters aren't like super close or whatever, but like reach out. Like it really
Oh yeah.
It really is going to come into like a whole different perspective when you get like a little bit older. But
no, but I mean, it's still I talk probably multiple times to my mom a week, and I call my grandma every week too.
Yeah.
And I talk to my sisters on, you know, social media stuff too.
Yeah. So. No, it's good. It's like, just, you know, when they said like, you know, how old are your parents going to be and how old or whatever, like, oh, they're going to live to a certain amount of age, right, or whatever, and then then you put that into perspective, saying no, seriously, and then you're like, well, I'll see them once or twice this year or whatever the year is or whatever, so like their age does not matter. It's the amount of times that you go interact and see them, right?
And that's so for example with my grandma. For me, because she lives so close, I went there every week.
Yeah.
You know? And she's 82 now. That's not young.
Gangster shit, baby. That's some gangster shit.
And now, because I'm not in the country, you know, now I call her every week still. So she can get all the updates.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, she has all his hairs are going to get on the pizza.
I love it. You can have some
This
pizza.
is Ashani, by the way. Ashani is.
It's dark. It's a little bit dark. I need pull them out into your lap. I need to see a little nugget.
Ashani is a name. He's also, you know, dark, so that doesn't help. But Ashani is a name that's based on Magic the Gathering.
Locked in.
I am just here.
He?
Yes, he.
What a good boy.
Johnny, you can't do that when you're
What a good boy. No pepperoni pizza.
Little bunny. It is a little bunny.
Oh my god, that's so good.
He is five, right? Yeah, 5. So he's getting to the old age for his type of bunny.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's good.
Rocking and rolling, baby.
He's rocking and rolling.
One day at a time, you know?
He's very very healthy.
In the present.
But he lives at like a king.
We got to practice what we preach, Zan. In the present, in the now, right? You know what I'm saying? Like literally just
this pizza is delicious.
I know. I want to bite so bad. Jesus Christ, that looks great. Get that pepperoni slice at the. Oh, you're a dirty boy. The cheese pull too. I hate you so good. That looks so great. Oh my god, it looks so good, brother.
This is great.
Enjoy your food. I love you to death. We're gonna link up again, definitely for another more. That okay? Can I say one thing? That is impressive.
Bellowing.
That's impressive.
That is crazy.
That's impressive as shit.
Yeah,
I've never seen an a cappella orchestra of fucking.
You sound like you're doing it into a microphone, like that's what it sounds like.
That was the most impressive, like